John, I think that everyone that signed up was for items on the standard agenda.
Excellent, thank you. Agenda status report, item number 5, am I right about that?
Yes, so let me I'm sorry, I'm just setting up the YouTube here. So yes, item number 5, I received an email earlier this week that the applicant has withdrawn their land use permit application and the associated design review case. So unfortunately that the notice went out before they did that. So that item will not be, we can drop that from the agenda because it's not going to come back in that form.
Do you need a motion to that effect?
Let's be formal. Let's do it.
Okay, so I will move to drop item number 5. Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Unanimous. Minutes, let's start with January 12th. Does anybody have any comments, please? Anybody? Okay, so just wanted to review this word. It seemed a little odd, but I did understand it. Item number 6. Comment number 3, this consider stepping balcony back in. Back in is the one I. Is that okay with everybody? It seemed odd when I read it.
Well, wait, what number are you, where are you, John?
January 12th, item number 6, item number 3.
Oh, item 3, because.
Or no, comment 3.
Yeah, but down below that, on item 6, it says consider reducing the overhang. Aren't those two things linked together?
Yeah, they are, but they were separate comments from people. I think that's probably why they ended up. Is this okay with everybody? I think
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
Bill?
I'm fine.
Okay, so let's just leave it the way it is. And last item, which is item number 10, comment number 3. Consider raising roof height. I think we should add at Cabana.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
correct, Jim.
that little tiny building,
Yeah.
not the whole thing.
Right.
Okay, and that's all I have. Anybody else, please?
No.
I will move for approval of the January 12th, 2023 minutes as amended.
Second,
Any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay, carried unanimously. Now, consider the minutes of January 26th. Anybody got anything?
No.
Anybody?
Nope.
Okay, on the second page under Roman numeral 5, Watson requested the P&D staff. Okay, I'm not quite sure that that's what I really requested. Right there, yeah. I think what I requested is Watson thinks a review of the WELO ordinance by the MBAR may uncover areas where that ordinance could be improved. Does that sound right to everybody?
Hudson requested P&D staff members with a train.
Oh, yeah, we talked about that. That was going to be a very helpful training session, as I remember.
So it was about training. I do not remember that I wanted a training.
Well, that's what I'd understood.
Okay. What about other members? Did I think one thing and speak another, please?
Well, I was not at that hearing, so
Bill, were you there?
Yeah. I remembered. I don't know if the word training. Was just sort of bringing us up to speed. Yeah, information. I guess training is as good a word as any.
So we were expecting something to come to us rather than for us to consider it and suggest items to somebody else. Is that
That's
what
what-
everyone's
Yeah.
understanding was?
Yeah,
That's what I
somebody
understood.
to give us information about.
Okay, good, let's leave it. As I said, I thought one thing and it must have said another. Okay, item number 1. Comment number 2. Restudy site layout, explore options to minimize potential visual impacts, and I'd like to add to the neighbors. Because sometimes it's to the street, sometimes it's to the community. I'd like to add to the neighbors. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I did not do, I had a conflict with item number 2. Did anybody have a chance to look at that, Westmont, and have comments, please? Is that okay as presented?
Yes.
Yeah, that's consistent.
Okay, excellent. Item number 4, comment number 3. This was that project, we had the site visit and there was a external cabana that had a
Yep.
rooftop. Okay. The word that I have in question is several. Several members, MBAR members, expressed concerns regarding the rooftop terrace above the cabana. Was that several? Was that all? I know I certainly did.
John, I think it was you and I spoke to it, and I don't know if others were saying, does everybody else agree? But you and I specifically spoke to that.
Okay, did anybody else voice in on it, or should we leave it at several?
I didn't make comment because I hadn't seen the story polls at that time, so.
Okay,
And,
recused
and I was,
myself, John.
I was fine with the way it is.
as it is now,
Yep, with the rooftop.
and Claire?
I was not at the hearing.
Okay, so let's clarify this. What about 2? Let's be
I thi-
honest about what the meeting what happened in the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 MBAR members, please.
Yeah, and just to drop in on this whole conversation is that I actually had a conversation from Suzanne Elledge's office concerning exactly this item about an hour ago. So, and she asked me the same thing. She said, was everybody in agreement that we needed to do that? And I said, well, and then I went back and looked at the minutes and I think it should say 2.
Okay,
Because she was confused. She was confused as to whether everybody thought that or only a few people thought
okay,
that.
very good. Thank you. Item number 8, comment number 2. I don't know where this came from. This modest proposal continues to show up in the minutes. I don't believe it is. Tip last time said no, it wasn't modest. We changed the minutes last time to exclude modest proposal, and I'd like to do that yet again. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so let's strike item number 2, or comment number 2, please.
And we're just leaving it at nice project then? That's all? Oh,
No,
no,
well-
I see, I'm sorry, I just didn't see the rest of it.
Recognize constraints of the parcel and things
Yeah.
like that, which is true.
Yeah,
Okay, item number 10. One member recommended utilizing aluminum instead of steel. I think we should be clear about that. On deck screening.
That was you, John.
That was me, but no steel anywhere in the project. It has to all be aluminum. So but again, let's be specific, on deck screening. Okay, is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Yep.
Any further comments? That's all I have, please. Again, I will move for approval of the January 26, 2023 MBAR minutes as amended. Is there a second, please?
I'll second.
Any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Members' informational briefings. Anyone do anything, go anywhere, want to chat with us?
I did make a site visit finally to the story polls of that project that we were just discussing. I've forgotten the address.
Okay. Sycamore Canyon,
Sycamore Canyon,
2662.
yep. And had a discussion and meeting with Haley Kolowski at Susan Ellis's office, and we discussed and looked at the deck and all that area there.
Okay.
But
Excellent.
we'll report back when they come back in for review.
Okay, excellent. Anybody else, please?
I will be stepping down on item number 7 today.
7. Yes, of course you will. Tip out.
Thank you, John.
Of course. I mean, you have a conflict. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. Anybody else got anything, please? PBS has a streaming app called Passport, and there are some extremely interesting videos on there about global warming and landscape. And if you happen to be a part of that, or have that app, it's under Nova. I would highly recommend that you watch them. It was eye-opening to me.
John, can you, after this or whenever you have time, send me that information so that I can actually, I absolutely am interested in, so I just don't know all of what you said.
Do you have the PBS app Passport? You have to pay
No.
$60 a year for it?
Oh, no, I don't have that.
Okay.
Okay, never mind.
I don't know if you can get it through the library or not. You might be able to.
Okay.
Okay, staff update. Anybody? Kimberly or David?
Nothing for me. Thank you.
So I do have one thing. I just wanted to give a brief update, and then after I'm finished, I did want to point out that we do have a raised hand. I'm not sure if we had like a late request for public comment there. I just want to follow up on the comments that we were talking about in the last minutes regarding the WELO discussion.
Okay.
So I did have a brief conversation with Director Plowman about this, and I reminded her of the conversation that meeting that I had with Chair Watson and Ms. Foster. I can't even remember how long ago it was. It was a while ago. It was last year at some point.
It was in December.
Okay, well, I have a short memory. And she had indicated to me that in terms of staff resources, that at the moment she would not be able to offer much because a lot of the staff efforts are directed towards work on the housing element or the housing plan. And so it might be a little bit of a while. She did indicate to me as well, John, that she might send you an email. I'm not sure if she did as of yet.
No.
But they need, okay. Well, I'll remind her about that because there might be some additional details in there that she wanted to communicate. But because we talked about it in passing, because it's a little difficult to get some of her time. But she is aware of the MBAR's desire to kind of discuss that. We talked about it a little bit because I think in that meeting, John, we talked about involving also the chairs of the other BARs as well.
Okay.
So it's definitely on the radar.
Anything else, David?
From me, no.
Kimberly?
Nothing for me. Thank you.
I would like to publicly thank David. There are things that go on behind the scenes that not that many people see, but I do, and the effort that David has exhibited is extraordinary. So thank you very much. Was there somebody that needed to speak with us on public comment, please? Yeah, so Mr. LeVay, I know that you had signed up for item number 2. Is there something that you wanted to discuss that's not on today's agenda? I've enabled you to speak if you want to.
Yes. Can you hear us?
It's a little garbled.
I can hear you, yes. It's garbled, but I can hear you.
Hello. We have privacy issues on that item number 2 of today's agenda.
And we will listen to those very carefully when we get to item 2. Do you have any general comments about things that are not on our agenda, please?
No.
Okay, we will hear you in about 10, 15 minutes or so.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much. Okay, item number 1. Are we up to that, everybody? Everybody okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
Item number 1, 290 Penny Lane. I think the applicants were here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello.
The floor is yours.
Hi, so we've got project on 290 Penny Lane. It's in the Ennisbrook community. It's a exterior modification to the backside of the house. We have a small addition going on. Well, I guess we'll look at the vicinity map first, and then we'll get into the sheets. But if you're familiar with Ennisbrook, then you probably know Penny Lane. We could jump to the site photos, which would be the third sheet. I think we'll start there. So this is the back side of the house. It also has some pictures of the front where we'll be doing the new entry gate. We are proposing a new entry gate to match the existing site wall that's there. It's pretty unusual for Ennisbrook not to have a gate, and the owners feel pretty strongly about putting one up to keep the dogs in and get a little bit of privacy. We're also proposing a trash enclosure, which was requested from the Ennisbrook HOA, and 2 additional parking spots there. In the bottom left photo is sort of up on the hill, looking down to where the parking spots would be. They'd be cut into that bank. And the other photos are showing the backside of the house where we're doing the addition and the new doors. So the addition is going underneath that covered patio that you see with the balcony above. So it's not protruding past the existing footprint at all. We could go down to the site plan, which is the next sheet, so you can get a kind of general overview of the property and the gates that are proposed. We have, if we start with the entry gate, you can see aesthetically it matches the site photos we just looked at. It's got the brick top and stucco finished columns. The gate would be metal and painted to match the existing light fixture that's there. We have, oh, I take that back. We will be replacing the existing light fixture because it's not fully shielded. So we're proposing a similar light that has a shield that comes down below the bulb there. And you can see the area of the addition on the backside. And we're creating a concrete patio there with new steps to give a landing for the new doors that are going in that location. And then we'll be putting in a handrail there, and the elevations should show how those look. They're going to match the existing handrail that's up on the existing balcony. So the next sheet is a demo plan. We can kind of briefly look at that. You can see where the demolition's happening, and those 2 windows there are coming out, and they're going to be replaced with a bifolding door. It's not modern in style. It's going to match the existing house, so we'll have breaks in the glass mullion to match the existing windows and doors. And if we move down one more, you can see the proposed layout. So there's 2 sets of bifolding doors there, and the new kind of patio extension, which is not extending beyond the existing patio. It's just to give a landing for that bifold door on the left. And we could move down again. This is the lower floor. There's a den downstairs with French doors that are being replaced with bifolding doors as well. Next page. That's the backside demolition elevation. So you can see what it looked like before. And then next page, demo on that side. Next page. So that's the new proposed backside, and there's a 3D rendering there to get a picture of what we're proposing. There's a pretty big drop off on the existing patio. So we've got that guardrail and columns there. And our lighting's fully shielded. It's a flush LED that's up in the top of the fixture. And then next page. It's the new elevation for the side and front. Then next page is just a guardrail detail. And then I've got window and door details. Yeah, that's about it. Please let me know if you have any questions.
To that end, Bill, please, questions.
Yeah, so your FAR, that's over 100. Have you done a FAR study at all of the neighborhood?
In the neighborhood?
Yeah, because I think what is your FAR? I think
130.
yeah, 130. So you haven't done a study of the neighborhood FAR, have you?
No, I just did the FAR for the site.
Okay. And then go to A4.2, Dave, real quick. I'm trying to wrap my brain around the that stairway that's on the back. If you go up two, go to A40, Dave.
I think you can see it right there on that rendering, Bill.
Well, so the question is there no railing on there now, or you're just not showing it here, or is there
Correct.
a drop?
That's correct. There's no existing railing.
Are you changing the grade though in the back there at all, or not?
No.
So that just drops off the lip there like 4 feet or something?
Yeah, in some spots it's more than 4 feet.
Okay, so yeah, so go to A42 again, Dave. So then obviously you're adding the railing just to keep people from falling off there.
Well,
So
yeah, there needed to be one and there wasn't one. And so of course I'm proposing one to match if you look at the balcony on the left side of the house, it's to match that.
now you're extending or pushing that stair out a little further
I'm not extending it. I'm extending it to the left. So if you go to the if you go back to the demo elevation, you can see we've got to create a landing there.
Yeah. And how tall is that wall right there? And I guess maybe a better question is, can you see that wall from any neighbor or street or no?
So if you are standing on that patio and you're looking back, so there's a tennis court below, and many mature trees, very large redwoods and other trees. There's no visibility to any neighboring lots for the work that we're doing. Of course, apart from the entry gate.
So which one is it there, Dave?
I'm not sure.
So
Me too. I want to know, see too.
I'm guessing this one, but
no, that's not right. Can you zoom out?
mhm.
Well, the little markers, it says
There it
290
is.
right in the middle of the road.
Top
So
right. It's top right with the circle
one?
drive to the right of that one.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
it's the circle drive that comes in and then goes out. Is that the
No,
project?
it's this one that he's zooming in on.
Oh, got it.
Oh, they have like a planter there. That's what the barrier is, not a.
Yeah, there's a huge, well, it's not a planter, it's large trees.
No, I'm talking about right off the balcony there, right off the patio, there's a planter there. So you're proposing to take that away, is that it?
Right.
And just pave right up to it there. Okay. And it looks like the property steps down everywhere, yeah. Maybe back out a little bit, Dave, real quick. So, yeah, okay. All right,
Yeah,
that was all.
if
That was
you-
all.
Back out even more, yeah, you'll see all the trees kind of covering the backside there. And it's sort of an odd elevation, the back of the house, and so we've tried to do what we can without making the work too extensive to bring some symmetry to the back.
Got it. And the building envelope, you're building outside of that with all of this, huh? So you're having to get a
With the flat work,
variance for that or something?
yes, the HOA has granted us a variance based on, well, they haven't given us approval yet. They wanted us to see you first, and then they're going to give us the variance. It was contingent on creating the trash enclosure.
Got it. Okay, that was all. Thank you.
Chip,
No questions.
Alida,
No questions?
Claire?
Yeah, I wanted to go to the area where the gate is. So that's the frontage of the, wherever, whatever. Yeah, I guess you have to go to the site plan. Okay, there. Thank you, Dave. So what I see is there's the two pilasters that the gate is hanging off of. Is there it along that property line? I get that there's planting out back. So is that the only thing? Is just the gate and the pilasters, and there's no other walls? There's nothing else until.
Yeah. So the column that you see on the bottom of the screen is existing. So there's that existing one with an existing site wall that's very low. It's about 4.5 feet.
Right, I
And,
see that. Yeah.
So we'll just match that column on the other side to give the gate something to hang off of.
And then how this works is so the driveway is 14 feet in, and then as we come out to the street, then that's where all the vegetation is going to go.
Yeah, so those are all I'm showing the existing hedge. Those are very tall hedges along the road.
Yeah,
So you can see it's pretty well grown there on the road.
Okay, that's what that was my question.
Dave?
I think you just answered my question. I was wondering, it looked like the parking was getting close to the street, but it looks like there's
a buffer
landscape
there.
buffer.
See it.
And the hedge there.
Yeah.
So that was my question. Thanks.
Kimberly?
We're
I'm
kind
sorry.
of trying to solve a couple different issues with the HOA, and one of them is not having cars parked out on the street because it's a really narrow road. So that's why we're providing the parking solution.
So Kimberly?
Yes.
Okay, so I assume this building envelope was set when Ennisbrook, or whatever this particular subdivision was called at that point, by the county. If they build outside do you know what the requirements are for that building envelope? Is that just things 10 inches and higher, which obviously this is because of the steps, or is it?
I would need to review the conditions of the map to clarify. Some building envelopes limit structural development, but flat work can be outside. Obviously, a driveway or access has to be outside most building envelopes. But I don't know specific to this one. The recesses of my mind, I believe it was structures and buildings on the envelope, and flat work could be outside, but I could certainly research that, or the planner could.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
Oh, I'm here also, the planner.
Do you
guys
know
want me
what
to
the
answer?
answer to that is, please?
Yeah, so I looked at, this is Tatiana. I looked at the conditions. It was on the originally recorded track map for this subdivision, and it states that the envelope is for the existing, or not the existing, but for the residence and garage, but that other accessory structures could be located outside the envelope. And it also doesn't state specific restrictions for grading outside the envelope. It just basically said that the residence and garage have to be within the recorded building envelope.
Okay, and the next question I have is required front yard, required parking is not permitted to be there. So I assume that this is guest not required, so it's not a zoning issue, please? in the front yard setback? Kimberly, Titania?
This is
Pardon?
Tatiana. I was working on reviewing that and working with the applicant to clarify, but parking in the front setback is not allowed. We'll need to review what the existing parking is, if it meets the requirements, and then if they need to relocate it, then we'll work with them on that.
Okay, very good. Okay, so public comment. Is there anybody here that would like to address the board on item number 1, 290 Penny Lane, please?
No hands for this one, John.
Excellent, thank you very much. Comments, Bill?
Yeah, so because it's 130 FAR, I would say, just to be consistent, even though I don't think you're adding a whole lot of square footage, but just to be consistent, I would imagine we would require or would like to see a study of some sort showing the other houses and how they compare. And if it's close, again, you're filling in just a little bit, so it doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, the thing is, if you, for me, Bill.
Oh, whoa. One at a time, please. You will get your chance in about 2 or 3 people.
I know what you're going to say, Clark. Anyway, so then, I'm a little on the fence. I think it's a great idea to have a railing there, but I think that that edge, which you're not delineating it yet, will definitely need to soften where the stairs and the balcony and that A4 2 sheet, where that big wall there, although it is on the back, I realize back of the house.
And there is planting, of course, it's not
shown, yeah.
So rendering that stuff.
We'll want to see how you can soften that edge. I mean, they actually had a little planter, which was kind of a nice feature. You had plants up top and planting below, whereas this is a lot of hardscape. And, if it could be seen from somebody in the back, it's not going to be that pleasant, large wall. And is it plaster? Is it stone? Maybe think about what that material is. So anyway, just that is my only concern, is that one big tall face there without any kind of screening or softness to it. And that is all I have to say.
Tip. Please, Tip.
I'm not too concerned about the added square footage, which brings the FAR up to 1.30. Unfortunately, the house is big enough already, but I don't think this will change it in any way, so I'm fine with that. Other than that, I don't have any other comments. Thank you.
Elida.
I'll just chime in with Bill about the wall. I'm sure it will be down the road. It just needs to be softened. That's it.
Claire, your turn now. What's up?
Well, what I was going to point out from past knowledge is that most of Innisbrook are over their FARs. I mean, and it's a design development or whatever the county did it. So if he were to take the time to do a neighborhood study, in fact, which I think in my point of view isn't needed, but that would be time that it's not going to change anything, because if you do a neighborhood study, you're going to find that most of the buildings are over the FAR.
And that's exactly why we want to do a study. Anything else?
Yeah. Okay, well, that's just my point of view. I have no problem with this project. I just would like to see the landscape plans and all the things that come after today. Because I don't have any problem with the size of bulk and scale of it, which is normally a conceptual. That's what we deal with. So moving forward, we'll see what's coming, your landscape plan and any other issues.
Do you guys will be requiring a landscape plan for a project like this?
Yes.
Absolutely.
At the area of where you are changing it, by all means.
Yeah, And on that landscape plan, you should have existing and non-existing or existing trees at least on that plan. So we can really understand what the lot looks like and feels like.
Dave?
Yeah, my main concern was the proximity of the parking to the street, but I think they have a very valid reason for doing that, to get the parking off the street. I would want them to document that existing hedge and that it's to remain and the height of it, so that that's part of the project approval to screen the parking. I agree with Bill that they should provide a neighborhood study. We require that of other people proposing projects that are well over 100%, and just to document that so that we can hang our hat on that. And those are my comments.
Thank
And
you.
what is the neighborhood study? Because I've never done an FIR study for other homes.
Okay, so
how many homes and what's the radius?
So I don't know that we have a specific radius. What do board members think? 4 properties in each direction and across the street? That'll be something like 10 properties, 15 properties.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay.
You can get the parcel numbers and the addresses
From the assessor.
from the assessor's office, and square footages are rough, but they're usually sufficient.
Okay, so I think that before you come back, I want to make sure the conditions of the map are not being even tweaked. I also agree that an FAR study should be done. I see no reason not to do it. If Claire is right, it's just going to be obvious. But I think we need to do that so that the community knows we're treating everyone equally. I think along with the landscape plan, I would like to see some documentation of existing and proposed grade. What's going on with that dirt out there and how far is it? Because it looks to me that something's wrong somewhere. Something's wrong in Denmark. And let's try to figure out where that grade is and then what you're going to do to propose. I think, I can't remember whose comment it was, if it was Bill or Tip, but it seems a bit mechanical to me to just have that iron railing out there. And what you're doing is you're taking a building that has at least a notch and eliminating it. And we're making a bulky building even more bulky. Now, I agree with Tip that you can't see it. It's probably insignificant, but I don't see that love has been brought to this building. And I would like you to take a look at it and see if there's a way to somehow soften what you're proposing, and so that it really has more architectural character than it does now. That the drawing in the upper left shows a fairly blocky building to me. And maybe you can figure out how to do that. Maybe it's with the railings. Maybe there's a step in the deck or something. Maybe you reintroduce that planter up there, something. So, and then I think that wall below what the proposed deck, something has to happen with that. That's either landscaped out or something, please. But we need to see that. I would also want to see the landscaping around the parking so that we really know that that's not going to negatively impact people as they drive up and down, visually impact them. Penny Lane is an important entrance into the Ennisbrook. So anything else, please? This is a relatively simple project. Is it something that can come back to preliminary, final, and consent? Or do we want to, do it at the full board? Where are we at as a board, please?
I want it back to the full board because we haven't really seen the whole project. And I think, yeah.
Okay. Anybody else, please?
So
I agree.
preliminary final at the full board.
I think it should be preliminary, final. And Zach, what that's going to do is we're going to give you the shot to go all the way. Hopefully,
Right.
You're going to make whatever changes you can to improve this project, document it fully. And if you can't make it, chances are it'll be on consent at the next meeting. So, okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Item number 2, 77 Olive Mill Road. This is a duplex in an R2 zone, which we rarely see in this on this board. So,
John,
yes,
can I interrupt for a second?
yes, please.
My apologies. I just wanted to I noticed someone who joined in the attendees list for the item that we ended up dropping. I just wanted to point it out so they're not waiting here.
Okay.
So just for the record, item number 5, the Nauman alterations project was dropped from the agenda. So if you're here for that, it will not be heard today.
At the applicant's request.
Correct.
So we had nothing to do with it, just so that, okay? Santiago, are you here? Are you ready?
I am right here, and this is
Okay.
Bob Harvey, the owner.
By any
Hello.
chance, you have a vicinity map so we can figure out where we are in the world here?
Right on the corner of the freeway and Olive Mill. I do not.
Okay, so Dave, can you help us out just a little bit?
The property backs right into the freeway.
Yes, it does.
And what's that road right there? Is that,
Is that the depot?
that's Olive Mill?
Yes.
Okay, okay. And there's a single family residence there now, right?
So that's 75 Olive Mill, and behind it is 77 Olive Mill. So there is a easement, driveway easement on the south side, or the lower side where you see the hedges, to access the 77 Olive Mill.
And so you're the property behind the single family residence?
Yeah, it's that square,
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Thank you. I didn't know where that was. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
So as you know, we're doing a duplex and we're trying to keep it as small as possible. There's an existing oak tree that we're trying to keep. Matter of fact, we spoke with the fire department. The fire department actually came out to the site and they looked at it. They said, not a problem. We'll keep the oak tree. So that was a big plus for us because we designed the duplex around that. This is a 2-story duplex. I think all the houses around us are 2 stories. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. So we're trying to keep it inconsistent with the surrounding areas. Obviously, the freeway is an issue. There's already a sound barrier, sound wall that's there all the way across. The intent is to not mimic, but be very similar to the Miramar in terms of the overall look. Obviously, white, gray roof, just to have that clean Montecito look that we're after. The house on 75 Mill is something similar to that. It's a little more colonial, but we're trying to keep them within the whole area consistent. The freeway, we might see the top of the roof, maybe a portion of the second floor as you drive on the freeway, but not much because of the existing oak tree that we're keeping. The neighbors might not be able to see into the property. That's what we're trying to do, create some privacy. Obviously, we're all about privacy here, right? We want to make sure that everybody's clear on that. I think that's it. Two structures, one structure divided by a 2-wall system right there, if you see it. The second floor is all bedrooms, right? First floor is all livable area, family, living room, kitchen. If you have any questions.
So you're done.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So
There's not a whole lot to say.
you'd be surprised what people. Alida, questions, please.
Is there any landscaping being affected? Trees? I know you talked about an oak. I saw on the prior plan, and there was an oak farther down on the property.
Yeah, there's 3 small oaks. They're about 6 feet tall right now. They're not very big, but the big one in the middle in the driveway. Now we're going for a conceptual review, so we don't have the full set of plans, lighting or anything like that. We just want to make sure
But
that
your
our next step.
your plan is to soften this building with landscaping and bring in some trees?
Of course, and privacy,
Okay, good. I'll be eager to see that. Thank you.
as will I.
Tip. Tip. You're on mute if you're, Tip.
It's on the phone.
I love that guy. Dave.
Yes, I don't have any questions, John. Thanks.
Okay, Bill.
So did you do an FAR? Do we have FARs when you have?
Yes, the actual, I guess, table that the city provided, it didn't provide it in, but it's clear on that section right there. The Santa Barbara maximum allowable square footage is 2608, and the Montecito is 2200. I'm sorry, Santa Barbara is 2835. 2835 for Santa Barbara, 22 for Montecito. We're at 26. We're falling between Santa Barbara and Montecito in terms of the floor area ratio.
Now, why are you referencing the Santa Barbara city's ordinance?
They asked me to. I don't know why they did that actually.
And then are there open yard, like the city, you know, units are required to have a certain amount of open yards for outdoor area. Are you complying with all of that? I don't know if the county is the same thing or not. I'm not as familiar with it.
They didn't ask for this, and but I will definitely do a calculation on this. Again, this is just for conceptual. We're trying to figure out if this is even doable.
Yeah. And then
so I will provide that outdoor space square footage.
And did you mention something about fire? Have fire talked to you or?
Yes, we had the fire department come over and look at the property because we were concerned about the oak tree.
Yeah.
Right, the one in the driveway. And matter of fact, I sent another email with a floor plan that what was his name? That he was supposed to forward you guys a separate plan. The fire department it had a walkway going across.
And then it looks like are you
that
developing, which maybe neither here nor there, that front parcel is totally different than what's there. Are you guys part of that development change as well?
You mean on 75 Olive Mill?
Yeah, the flag lot in front.
Yeah, that's an existing garage right now. It's fully constructed. It's been constructed for how long?
Oh, but the way you showed on your plan looks like a different, unless I'm oriented wrong.
No. So what you see is a floor calculations. Those unit A and unit B.
Oh, got it. All right.
It's just calculations for the square footage.
That confused me. I thought those were different.
Yeah, I know. You know what? This is the second time somebody mentioned this. I will definitely take that
Take
off.
those off. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
if I could address the question about the lot calculation. I think that there may have been a miscommunication. I think what we were looking for was, because this is an interior lot, we were looking for a lot calculation to compare a lot with standard setbacks and an interior lot to ensure that there were sufficient setbacks applicable to the interior lot, that it didn't exceed building coverage. So it's not a, it's not a city code. It's a determination about lot setback, property line setbacks.
And I believe I spoke with you regarding that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Kimberly, do they have certain amount of open yards and things they need to comply with?
I would have to double check the ordinance, but I don't believe when you're dealing with a duplex, you do. It's when you start getting into a PRD development, condos, those types of things. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right. That was all. Thank you.
Claire.
The plan says that the sound wall is going to be wood.
It's
And
existing.
the sound wall is already there.
Yes.
Oh, never mind. I'm no more questions.
It's been there for 10 years at least.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, no, I mean but I mean, my question was about the height of that wall, but I didn't realize it was existing. So that's fine.
Are you done there, Claire?
Yes?
Gentlemen, you had mentioned the Miramar, and quite frankly, I'm having a little trouble reading your drawings. I do recognize that there's a lot of jig and jogging. This is not a single massive building. Do you have any inspirational photographs that you'd like to share with
I
us?
will definitely send you some, but not submitted.
Okay, so just include them on the next set, please. It does not have
You
to
got
be
it.
exhaustive, but, okay.
No.
And then similarly, do you have any, just even basic block 3D modeling? You don't have to
I
get
will
into
definitely
all the.
provide that. But yeah, you can see that even within the roof plan, the 3D modeling will start to look good. The undulation between voids and solids, right? Where we have our doorways, we have a cantilevered second floor. On the freeway side, we're doing the same thing. Our
Would you
second
be able
floor-
to provide that at the next hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and it does not have to be exhaustive. We sometimes.
I would not know how to do that, so it would be very basic on my end.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so I think we have somebody that wants to speak for public comment. Item number 2, 77 Olive Mill Road. Is there somebody that would like to address the board, please?
Mr. LeVay.
Oh,
And Mr. LeVay, I believe, are you the gentleman that was here in the hearing room and provided a photo?
I cannot hear you.
Yes.
I cannot hear you still. You're breaking up.
I'm here.
I wouldn't show it. You did that.
Can you turn off your video if it's on? Get close to the mic, something, please.
Yes. I can.
Shoot,
I still cannot hear you, sir.
geez. Here, let's see.
We hear you now. Try
You
it.
can? Great.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Yeah, our issue is on the west elevation on the view there. That is a 23-foot wall that's about, 10 feet. If you count the roof overhang, it's 7 feet from our fence. And we provided a view that we have of that structure. It's going to pretty much wipe out our backyard privacy.
So that section behind. So
So you are the property to the south looking north, is that correct, sir?
That is correct. We'd actually be looking east towards their property. It's their west elevation view.
Red
Okay.
tile roof there.
So, Dave, can you start moving your cursor around? Is that your property right there, the one to the right? What?
Red tile.
No. We're the bottom left corner. You can just see us poking through. That's our red tile roof.
That's
Down,
your
down,
red tile
down.
roof.
Oh, let's see. Right, the bottom left corner is our house.
Okay,
The one
Right
with the
there.
red, is that the one with the red tile?
That's our
roof?
house right there. Yes,
Okay,
Okay.
perfect. Okay.
and we have a little deck with a hot tub that's right on their wall. So we're maybe 15 feet away, but the way they've got it is it's going to be 23 feet tall and 10 feet away from our wall.
okay. Is that the extent of your comment, sir, please?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay,
No, it takes away our privacy.
Yeah, it hurts our privacy.
thank you. Do we all understand that?
I think
Yes.
so. Yeah.
Okay,
It's
thank
just-
you very much. We'll see what we can do about that.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Okay, comments, back through the same order. Elida, please. Comments?
Yeah, I just don't even know what to ask or comment on, so no comment.
Excellent. Tip, comments, and if you want to slip in a question, that'd be okay. Tip, are you back with us?
Yeah, I'm back with you. Well, I definitely would like to, we normally request a story poll. And so I'd definitely like to see a story poll for this project. And it seemed to me like it's very well hidden, and it's, I call it no man's land, that corner. Be very noisy, but I think that the design looked probably more interesting than the elevations. It had a lot of movement on the side plan, but the elevation looked really flat and blocky, so that's probably why it's a little difficult to really have a feel for the project. But I think if you come back with some 3D renderings, that'll probably be a big help. And then a story poll will really, really help. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Tip. Dave, please.
Yeah, I agree with Tip that before I can really comment, story polls to really understand the impacts of the height of the building. And then, as you asked for, John, some type of rendering to help us understand how the building is going to look with the recesses and the movement, because these elevations aren't conveying that. But so
Yeah,
I'll
there's
need
so
those
many-
two things to be able to comment more.
There are so many levels. It's hard to even, if I just draw the north elevation, it would just be a section of the garage.
Santiago, it's
Yes.
our turn now. Okay?
Yes,
If
sir.
that's okay. Are you done, Bill? Excuse me, Dave.
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, Bill, please.
Yeah, I definitely would want to see story polls on the site so we can get a feeling for how the neighbor's view is going to be impacted, and they'll know as well. I like the idea of it matching the Miramar, but it is difficult to tell. The roofs look like you've got quite a combination going on there, and I'm not sure exactly how those are working. So, and that's the thing that most people probably see from everywhere is the roof. So, generally, I think I'm aligned with where you're going. I just didn't need to see more information, I think, to be able to make a very good assessment of it, and be good to know what kind of open yard areas are going to be in at some point, your landscaping and your materials and all that kind of stuff as well, which will come as you develop it further. So anyway, thank you. That's all.
Claire.
I think I pretty much agree with everybody that the first thing I'd like to do is have a site visit with story polls so that I can actually grasp how this very flat drawing actually is going to become 3D. And the way you put the single story below on the drawings and then the upper story, it's kind of very your drawings are what's confusing me anyway, as your presentation drawings, so that's for me, that's what I would like to see it, the lot, not with having the second story part of the drawing, but the second story belongs on top of the second story, so let's it's in the graphics for me, and I absolutely agree that before we move forward we should do story polls.
And I concur. And can we get a site of the route plan, wherever that route plan was, please?
On that.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, yeah.
Okay, so Dave, in the upper right-hand corner, there's a ridge running right to left. I think that one should be story polled, and then in the lower left-hand corner, there's a ridge running top to bottom. I think that should be laid out, and then the two eaves down on that lower one, since that's the side that the neighbor, so we come up on the hip, up on the rake, and then across, just on the lower massing.
That short hip roof ridge you're talking about, John?
right, can you see that? This guy right here and that guy right there. I think that's gonna give the neighbor as much information probably. And then also, I think just up here, that guy. Can you see my yellow?
Yeah,
Okay, so that's what I think probably makes a lot of sense. Do other people agree or do we need more?
no, that seems okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so Santiago,
Yes.
you have a neighbor. I think that neighbor would like a chat with you. We certainly cannot require that, but if you could reach out to him and her, I don't, or whatever that is, of that relationship down there, and open a dialogue.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, neighbors, I apologize for not getting your name. You will not be notified again. We meet every other Thursday, and at some point, there are going to be some story polls that show up. You are invited to come to that. Our meetings are at 9 o'clock Thursday morning, whenever that story poll is there. And you can contact, who should it be, David or Kimberly for the mailing list, please?
Me,
David.
contact David, yeah.
Contact David Villalobos. He is our guru in charge at the county, and he will put you on the mailing list, and you're going to get every MBAR agenda. It's your responsibility to track this project. We want your involvement, but we can do nothing more than that. So is there anything else, please? So thank you very much. We'll see you guys in, I don't know,
Whatever.
a month or 2 months or whatever it is, and we'll go from there, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How do I get rid of my yellow?
There's an eraser on there, John, under the tools. Looks like a square. It's like a chocolate bar.
And while we're doing that, can I just
Okay, well,
confirm that the
I will
project's
try
coming
to
back
figure,
for?
I will try to figure that out as we get on to item number 3, 985 Hot Springs Road. Mark or Bruno? I think Bruno, I saw you earlier.
Good afternoon. Yes, we're both here.
And the floor is yours.
Okay, so good afternoon, distinguished members and planners. My name is Bruno Bondanelli. I'm with the Warwick Group, and along with me here is Mark Warwick. I'll start with the yoga studio. We're showing 3 accessory buildings today. So the first one is
I thought
the,
it was 2
I don't know
buildings.
what you have on your,
Oh, barn.
it's a yoga studio. So the yoga studio is a 754 square foot, 1-story structure. This is the only building on the property that we did not do in a Santa Barbara Spanish type style, because the nature of this building is to disappear in the landscape. If you move on to page, I don't see all the numbers on the sidebar, but where the renderings are, 15. So here you'll get a sense. Of course, there will be, I didn't want to pack it with landscape, so I wanted you guys to be able to see the building. But
Bruno, can we go to the site plan so
Yeah,
everybody?
thank you.
Yeah.
of
Thank
course,
thank you, John. I'm going, what are we, I don't
Yeah,
want even where I am.
we've seen this project before for other things.
Yeah,
It is a huge project at the top of a huge parcel at the top of Hot Springs Road. We
right.
looked at the main residence, and now they're coming in with some accessory buildings. Bruno, please go ahead.
correct. Thank you for that, John.
Yeah.
So yes, it is nestled on a slope, and it's in the upper left-hand corner. Our parcel is close to 22 acres. So the idea of the yoga pavilion or studio, it's just a place to go and decompress away from the rest of the property and away from the world. That in the previous image you saw where it will sit. So we are taking advantage of a relatively flat area along that slope. The building is slab on grade with a flat roof, and it is cladded in wood strips to soften it. And you will notice in exterior view 1 and interior view 4, you will see there is that modern white house up on the hill. So we are planning to plant an oak tree at the left-hand corner to give ourselves a little privacy. And that's shown on the landscape plan. And other than that, the building is extremely simple. It houses a yoga room, a powder room, and a massage room.
Next, please. Next building.
You want to jump to the next building, or you want to
Well,
look at the floor plan? It's up to you.
No, I don't
It's-
think we need, anybody need to see the floor plan?
No,
No,
The next building is an art barn, and this is in, we can go back to the site plan so I can orient you on the site. So you see the red circle, the art barn as an accessory building to the accessory building that houses a powder room, storage, and a mechanical room. It is a 1-story gabled roof with a cowl wall lighting system designed specifically for museums. And so the main room will basically house paintings. And our client has a foundation where he might receive people in here, but it's just one rectangular room. We purposely wanted to make it understated and with a minimal amount of details. So we have the same plaster details that we are employing on the main house, the same exterior lighting, and the same Santa Barbara stone with a earth tone plaster and Spanish style roof and steel doors. This building is exactly 800 square feet, it's 20 by 40. The accessory building in the back is 280 square feet.
Anybody need to see anything else on this, please?
is there photos of the existing house?
Well, these are brand new. They sit on a flat portion of the property.
That's not what he asked. Do you have contextual photographs of the main residence on this property, please?
Not in this set, but I can pull them up.
I
Is
don't know
there-
how we share them,
That's all right. That's okay.
You could also Google Earth it to see it.
except it's probably 3 years old at this point, or.
Yeah,
8
well, we
years
haven't
old.
touched the main house as of yet.
That's okay. I'll just ask the question. I kind of remember it now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a good picture of the house.
is there any rendering or sketch as to where these buildings are on this kind of a map?
Yeah, on our site plan, yes.
Not in a 3D, Elida.
Well, we have 3D sketches, but we don't have 3D sketches of the entire property.
No, I was just looking for something, an aerial to see how these buildings fit in. There we
Yeah,
go.
you can see it on the drawing on the left.
There it is right there. See, there's the buildings, there's that.
Gotcha.
So the main house is way up the hill.
No kidding.
Like, again, like I said, the property is huge. None of these are visible from the street. And you can see where the art barn is located. It's naturally a flat piece of land on the parcel.
And you have a third one too, right?
The third one is the accessory building behind the art barn, the 280 square foot building. So if you see, yeah, the one on the right in this image.
Okay. Are you done, sir?
I am.
Okay, questions? Claire, please.
Especially with the art building and the secondary building next to it. Are those in the same color palette as the house? Is the house white?
They will be, Claire, yes. They'll be the same color of the house or the gym. The only building that is different in color on the property will be the yoga studio.
Thank you. That's all.
Bill. Please.
Yeah, I think that was probably my same question. I was just curious if they were gonna match, the stone and the molding at the top and the roof tile and all of it is really to match the main house.
They do, and not only the main house, but also all the new accessory buildings that we did are very much the same materials.
And what's the height of this structure? I guess that's on the
The tip of the ridge is 16 feet.
16 at the tall art barn, not the accessory.
Oh, the accessory is lower.
Yeah, so 16 is the tall structure. Okay.
Correct.
All right. That is last question. Well screened from everywhere. These don't really show any landscape. So are they kind of nestled in the woods there down in the oaks that you
Actually, no. They are in an open parcel. There are no trees immediately. Actually, we have a landscape plan because we are adding the two myrtles, I think, in the front. It's toward the end of the presentation. There is a landscape for both buildings, the yoga and the art barn. So if somebody could kindly go down there.
Can you go
28, yes. So the trees with the number 1 to the left are existing. The other with the number 1 to the north are existing. And we are adding the 2 trees with the number 2, as well as the planters that line up the entrance.
Could you go back to the aerial, Dave, real quick? Maybe with some general, it's right there.
You mean this aerial or
that one. And maybe with a little guidance, can you tell us where that sits? Is it down?
Yes, you'd need to scroll down a little bit. It's further south. North is up in this image, and we are.
Are you in the green line?
Yeah, it's hard to see. No, that's somebody else's property.
No.
We are. So you see the gray roof. You see that oval shape that we call that the Great Lawn.
Yeah.
And then you have that gray roof there. That is our gardener shed, and so it would be below that, but it's all covered by the trees, which is strange because there are no trees currently on that. It may be this patch right. If you go straight down from the gray roof, there is a little bit, over that right there. I think that is the area. Yeah.
It looks very well vegetated here, but it's not.
It's not.
Yeah. Okay.
Or, it might have been maybe, I don't know if this is before or after the fires.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Mr.
I'm
Chair,
not
this
sure,
was
but we have a
significantly.
survey that clearly shows no trees and flat ground there.
What's that, Kimberly?
This property was fairly significantly impacted by both the Thomas, I believe by the Thomas fire. I don't believe it was part of the debris flow.
Oh,
So the
yeah, we lost
vegetation
the bridge,
may be
yeah.
altered.
Okay. All right. That was all I had. Thank you.
Chip.
Can you go back to the elevation for the art studio or the rendering, please? So this is perfect, Dave. So what was the height again to the ridge?
16 feet from adjacent ground, but do note that we are stepping down into the building because the client has large art and we wanted to try to get a 15-foot height wall for our display inside. So we are stepping 2 feet down to stay under the 16 or at the 16.
So 16 feet, this is the maximum height for
It's an accessory building.
accessory buildings. So your average height is less than 16 feet.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Yes.
So your average 16 feet.
The ridge is at 16 feet, and then as it comes down, it's lower. We should have a section here with the dimensions on it.
Yeah, I couldn't read it too well, but yeah, I did see the section.
So
And
these
you
are
are-
elevations actually, but they'll work just the same.
And you said
So
you are
this is the
stepping down?
accessory building, the,
Right.
the smaller of the two.
The-
And here you have the 16 feet for the art barn itself.
I see. Okay, thank you. And also, what is the FAR for the whole project?
We have our FAR calculator on the cover sheet.
It's very low.
Probably tiny, it's 22.
That's fine, that's fine.
Well, if
Okay,
you're
no, so
dealing
it's
with
okay.
20 acres.
Well, the other thing is that these are accessory buildings, so that they're gonna show up in the lower right-hand corner.
Correct.
And so,
They are under the 10,000 square feet allowable. Okay, and then my last question, are you planning to do any grading?
Not on this particular side because it's flat, but on the yoga studio, we have a little grading, yes.
You know what the quantity of the grading for that?
I do. Give me a second. I have my numbers here.
110 of cut and 5 of fill.
Correct.
Okay, and I assume you're not removing any trees?
No, in neither location we are removing any trees. We're just adding a couple.
All right, thank you. Those were my questions.
Elijah, please.
Are there a series of paths? How are you getting from the main house to both the art barn and the yoga studio?
There will be a series of paths. Some you can see on this drawing on the site plan on the left. Some paths are existing.
Because in wintertime, the yoga room will be used as well. It looks wonderful. So are these paths going to be lit so that you can, it's dark up there
So
January.
some of the more formal, like for example, the ones that we have an ADU at the very bottom left, you can see, and we have a stairway leading down to that. That stairway is lit with down lights. There were existing Spanish style lampposts throughout the property. So at some key intersections, if we have them, we would like to keep those. But the yoga studio, and this is an excellent thing you brought up, there will not be a lit path from the main house to the yoga studio. They will have to take a flashlight, or they might be able to get there with a golf cart, and the path going to it is just going to be decomposed granite. It's not asphalted, it's not stone. Maybe it will be bordered with some small boulders and stone boulders, but it's very informal.
It's below the level of the main house, correct?
It's actually up higher. The property slopes up going north.
Okay.
So for example, you see on the existing grade with the yoga studio, we are 855.
Now it makes sense.
Yeah, the main house is 826.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Dave?
I don't have any questions, John.
The art barn has cow wall roofs, which if light can come in, light can come out. So how are you proposing to ensure that there will not be light pollution visible from properties above you at all hours of the night, please?
So the cow wall system is designed not to let light out as much as it lets it in. Like I said, it's done specifically for art buildings and museums. But there is really no light pollution per se that can affect the road or the public view, because this building is situated low and is surrounded by trees on the north and the west side. And then also on the east side, after that flat pad terminates. You can see, I thought I saw it. No, it's hard to see on this.
Okay, so let me ask you another question. How reflective is that material?
I
How
have a whole
shiny
light
is it?
study provided from the company, which I'll be happy to submit.
Okay.
And I have to ask him exactly that question, and we can
Okay.
provide that at the next submit.
Okay, that would be great if you could. I assume that somebody likes, is it a crepe myrtle that you're proposing?
Yes.
This area is heavily oak treed, which is one of the great resources we have available to us in this community to absorb carbon dioxide with global warming. Would you consider adding additional oak trees onto this property to do one for the Gipper, as it were? Would you consider that, please?
We would definitely consider it. We do have probably 300 or 400 oak trees on the property already.
So another 100 wouldn't make any difference at all.
Well, I don't know that we can go quite 100.
Yeah, okay,
But
public
from a
comment.
landscape design standpoint, we could add a couple. You see what it says, those two number ones at the top?
Yeah,
We could add a couple to the left of those.
if you could consider, that's a comment. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Public comment, item number 3, 985 Hot Springs Road. Anybody like to address the board, please?
No hands for this one, John.
Very good. Okay, going back, comments. Claire, what should we do and where should we go from here, please?
Well, this is just a fascinating piece of property. And I think that for me, I don't have any problem with the architecture or the buildings or, and so for me, I just would like to have the fully expanded landscape plan where you come back. And other than that, you know how to do your drawings and make it all work. And so I don't have any issues moving it forward into preliminary or preliminary final.
Preliminary final
Yeah.
at the full board.
Yeah.
Okay, that's your comment, please? Claire, are you done?
Yes, I'm done. Yeah.
Thank you. Bill, please?
Yeah, I think because of the size of the property and the fact that there's so much space between these buildings and the neighbors, I'm fine with it. I would definitely want to see, landscape plan, obviously, to help screen that even more. I mean, it looks like a woodland now, and I wasn't worried about because it was a woodland, but it sounds like a lot of those trees have burned and are not there anymore. So I would want to make sure at least the art barn was screened pretty heavily from the view of the neighbors and to it. The yoga studio, I don't really have a problem with that. I think that's, although it doesn't, I don't know how much, we didn't look at lighting and all that inside it. I don't know how bright it's going to be. It looks like it's a pretty open structure. And so I think it's pretty nestled up inside the hill there. So it's probably going to be okay. And as long as the building, the structure of the art barn matches color and texture and finish and tile and all of that, I would be fine with it. The roof on the little shed seems a little weird, but again, it's because you can't see it, so I'm not too concerned about it. That's the storage shed next to the art barn. It's a very long, narrow gable. This feels kind of awkward, but again, I think because it's screened by the art barn itself, I think I'm okay with it. So, so those are my comments.
Chip?
Yes, aside. Well, the project are pretty much isolated, and I really don't think it can be seen from anywhere. And I think the site is heavily vegetated. Because of that, I really don't have much concern for the projects, and I think that we can go ahead and come back with preliminary findings.
A lighter, please.
On such a big piece of property, these additional buildings, I think there's certainly the yoga room and the art barn are wonderful additions to this property. That's all.
Dave?
Yeah, I agree that given the small size of the structures on this very large secluded property, that I don't have any issues with the project, other than seeing more details on the grading and landscaping when it comes for preliminary final.
I also agree that a landscape plan is necessary. I think that up there, oak trees are far more appropriate than other more decorative trees. You might want to consider that. The color of the buildings, I know you're matching the main building, but I would like you to consider a color for the buildings that actually tones it down even more. Maybe an LRV of 50 or something like that. So this thing just disappears. Let there be a wonderful experience of recessive outside and walk in to the building and have it be very enlivening because of the color and the artwork. I think that we need to see any site lighting that you're proposing. We require it of everyone else. I think you ought to do it here and tell us what it is you're up to on the site plan, please. And my guess, I don't know this, my guess is that if you did not have the restriction from the Santa Barbara County of 800 square feet, you'd love to have these two buildings be one building.
Yeah.
But when I look at the upper left-hand corner, it looks to me like very bad architecture. You've got two buildings that are very close together, that don't have the same kind of roof, that don't have any relationships. It kind of looks like something I would expect to see down. The proximity and what it invokes is like a self-storage building. And I think that that's an extremely unfortunate thing. I don't think it needs to have that. And I think that that happens because of the proximity of both of these buildings together. So if there's since you're not permitted to connect them, and I understand the rule, I understand what's happening here. So since you're not permitted to do that, I would ask you to consider expanding it out, widening it, or perhaps widening it and turning it into an L-shaped courtyard. I'm not sure how that works. I'm not sure that's a good idea, but you might want to do that, giving you a more formal entrance to the art barn rather than just sort of coming upon it. Okay, I also agree that it should come back for a preliminary final on consent. Is there anyone that disagrees with that, please?
Oh, I was proposing for it to come back for preliminary for the full board.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Preliminary
We can see a
final
landscape.
on the full board. On the full
Yes.
board. I apologize. Yes.
Yeah.
Is everybody good with that?
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Full board.
Okay. Anything else, Bruno? Do you understand what we're chatting about here?
Not exactly. If you could elucidate on the difference between preliminary final and the full board.
Okay, so there are two things and two things. Preliminary, you need for mass, bulk, and scale, location on the property, all of those kinds of things. Final is the details. How are you actually going to build this guy so that it actually looks like your drawings?
Okay.
Then there's a review process. We have an ability to come in on the consent calendar for some projects. And if they're minor in nature, they're very far along, the full board does not feel that we need to see it, we send people directly to consent and we're done. We believe that your project is not far enough along because of the information you provided us. We want you to come back to the full board, but we want you to come back with everything. Hopefully we can get done with you next time. It's
Okay.
up to you about how good the quality of the presentation is, etc. Chances are you can get through all the way. Okay?
Sounds good. Thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Anything else? Okay, item number 4, please. 2350 Bella Vista Drive. Tom, are you here or somebody else from your office, please? Tom or somebody, was it Natalie, your daughter? Do I remember? Tom Oshner?
John, he's on the attendees list. I just unmuted him. Let me just see if I can move him over. There we go.
Tom, are you with us? Hello,
Good
Tom.
afternoon.
Very good. Thanks, Tom. How are you?
Doing great. How are you all?
I'm doing well. I hope the other members are too. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Let's see here. This may be a simple one here. What we've got is a small addition to an existing small house. It's up on Bella Vista. It's way up there. It's approximately a 3-acre parcel. This neighborhood was originally built out under the urban hillside ridgeline with the 25-foot height, and at some point, the zoning was changed, I believe, to resource management, where a 16-foot height is now applicable. So what we've got is a small square 2-story house that kind of stacks over itself, and with some compromised interior spaces, and we're really just trying to make sense of the floor plan with a small 2-story addition. You can get a feel for it right here. It's benched into that hillside there. And I've got a site section elevation that kind of gives you an idea of the lay of the land there on sheet A1.2. I think that would probably be good to just kind of show at this point to get and then I'll go through the photos. But I can go through the photos right now. So basically what we're doing here is there's 2 structures on the site, about a 2,500 square foot residence and a 500 square foot detached garage. We're adding on to the east side. We're proposing to add on to the east side of the 2-story residence, and along with a covered outdoor space. So if we look at photos 5 and 6, we're looking at that east side, and there's a trellis there that didn't show up on the original drawings, but we're going to use elements of that for the covered patio, and then 6 steps further back along that bench. So we're looking west towards the east elevation there that we're proposing the 2-story addition. And as you can see, it was ultimately cut into that pretty steep slope. We can come back to these photos later for clarifications. Let's move to the existing floor plan. I want to kind of point out the issues with, well, this is fine here. So if we want to show that, yeah, this gives you an idea. So this is that east elevation. It shows how the site was benched in. We're limited to a 16-foot height restriction on obviously a house that was built under different land use regulations. And so what we're proposing is really quite small. It's to pop out, to add to an undersized bedroom on the 2nd floor, and on the 1st floor to create simply a family room in which the floor plan really doesn't have anything that accommodates that. So I think the addition above and below is I don't know, 700 or 800 square feet. But we can look at that. And then there's a new fireplace that we are proposing, a corner fireplace on that side. So let's look at the existing floor plan. So this is the 1st and 2nd floor plan. As you can see, the first thing that glares out is the bedroom on the upper right-hand corner of the 2nd floor on the left plan. It's not really a bedroom. It's very tiny. So we're proposing to push that out to the east just to make it usable. And then the floor plan, it's a nice cute floor plan, but it needs a family room. So we thought we'd take advantage and put a family room right out there to the east. And we're looking at these. Fortunately, these areas are away from the edge of the slope. They're back against the cut. So they're really not much of a visible affair from below. And that also allows them to conform to the 16-foot height, which of course is measured from where the existing grade historically was for. And then this is the proposed first floor plan with the family added below. And then the covered patio with the fireplace adds a little bit of space to the small house. Relocated the equipment in the second floor here. So you can see now we've got a bedroom that's usable here. And it, you know, the roof line is that simple hip. And so we're just extending the hip out to the east there. These are the existing elevations. So you can see it's a rather simple building. The east elevation, okay, if you look at that, see the addition, it's called out there on the right side of the east elevation. And then we've got that covered roof, which mimics the vocabulary of the existing covered space there. Yes. So we're just playing off the existing roof line. I think it does a little bit for the architecture, and it certainly does something for the usable space of the house. And we're intending to match materials all the way around. Yeah, I'm here to answer questions if you have any. Thank you.
Tip, questions?
Yes, so the existing house is obviously it's more than 16 feet. And the addition we are doing is within that. Am I correct?
You know, I couldn't, I've got a bad connection. I couldn't quite hear that.
Yeah, what I'm saying that the existing project is more than 16 feet per your diagram.
Yes, it is.
And the addition is within that portion, which is under 16 feet.
Right, it's under 16 feet. We found no need to ask for that exception here for the height. So we're simply complying to the height that has now encumbered the property. Yes.
Tip, they're measuring from previous natural grade.
Right. Yeah, I see that. And that's why, okay. And any grading to add to fit the addition?
There's no grading, and really that should say, it should just say natural grade, because that was the original. It should say original natural grade. But yes, there's no grading associated with this. The area of the addition is already graded. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
Dave? Okay.
No questions, John.
Claire?
Is there an FAR that you've done?
I believe there is. I've got it.
There it is. That's it.
Yes.
I just didn't see it earlier. Okay, fine. That's all. That was my only question.
Elida, please.
Can we look at the site photos? I think it's number 2. As part of this project, this landscape looks like it is dry. Is part of this project to kind of enhance the existing landscape as well?
There are no plans for that at the moment. The home was just purchased, and the owners really haven't had a chance to live in the home yet. So the first thing is to give them a usable floor plan, and there may be in the future some thoughts of landscaping, but the usable area on the site is very precious to them. So they want to kind of use it the way that it is.
Okay, thank you.
Bill?
Yeah, so Tom, so the existing porch or roof covers got peeler poles on it, but the some of the tails and things are square cut. Is that like the posts? Are those round too, coming off the?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The posts are round too. It adds an interesting character to this. I can't, but it's something that has a bit of history as it wraps around the south side too. So we're going to embrace that with our new covered patio.
So
Yes.
There's some additional peeler poles elsewhere as well. So
yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're kind of married to it, and it looks okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It's got kind of a New Mexico meets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. That was it. Thanks.
Oh, God. I do have a question for the planner or for Kimberly. Kevin, are you with us, or Kimberly?
Doesn't sound like Kevin's there, but I am here.
So the question that was sort of touched on by Tip. Let's get right down and get dirty about that. The height is 16 feet above finish or previous grade, right?
We
So
measure
how-
from existing grade.
Okay, so his measurement is above existing grade. Does that mean that this proposal is dead on arrival?
From my understanding, this is,
Go
this
ahead,
is
Tom.
Ken.
Yes. So the language actually states natural grade. And so this site is not natural. This was created. So, and really the intent of that is to respect, what natural grade was. And you've seen that in the projects that you've looked at over the decades that, there is value in setting things into the hillside, and the contours of what exists out there really should have some control over how much these elements project above the profile. But I believe that's what the language says.
So Kevin, do you have a comment about this project, please?
Yeah, sorry, my microphone was
was
muted
okay.
earlier. We measure from whatever the natural grade is. So the way he has it set up on the site plans would be the correct height limit from 16 feet, if that's the true natural grade, which is what I think requested additional information on, but yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay. Public comment. Item number 4, 2350 Bella Vista Drive. Anybody like to address the board, please? Item number 4.
No hands up.
Okay, excellent. Comments. Tip, back to you.
Well, the project is very modest in scale. I just don't have a clear grasp of the issue of 16 feet. Do we go with the way the existing land as an existing grade, or do we go with the way it was way before, which we have never seen it before? So there's an assumption that was made when the applicant submit his drawings. So that's the only thing that I think it heads up with the planner, and if the planner think this is fine, then I have no problem with the project.
And where do you think we ought to go next? If,
Well, I think this should go back to preliminary final on consent.
Okay, Dave, please.
Yeah, I'm actually familiar with this property, and I think this design is very appropriate for the house, both functionally and aesthetically. It's tucked back away from the edge. It's not visible. So if the planner can hang his hat on it, then I can fully support the project, and I think it should come back on final on consent.
Claire?
I agree with everything Mr. Mendro said. Yeah.
Elida, please.
I have no comment.
Bill?
Yeah, preliminary final on consent, I think it's appropriate addition.
I agree with everything Bill said. Which is the same thing that
Dave said.
Claire said, and Elida said. So back for preliminary final on consent. Tom, nice job. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Be good. Item number 5 was dropped at the applicant's request. So we are now up to item number 6. Is Michael here or somebody else representing the project?
I'm here.
Excellent. Thank you. Where are we? We're having a little trouble with site plans these days.
Where are we? We're
On Stone Meadow Lane.
Stone Meadow Lane, 620 Stone Meadow Lane, just off Padaro Lane. Or Picacho Lane, excuse
I
me.
was going to say you're wrong about that.
Picacho Lane, sorry.
Yeah, off of Picacho.
Okay, so we saw a project right catty corner to this last week, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's correct. That was Hefner's project.
Right. Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Michael. Please.
Sure.
Floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Good to be here again. So this is 620 Stone Meadow Lane. If you go to the site plan, there. Let's see. Go to the first page. Sorry. Actually, no. Go down. Actually, this is better to look at the site. Keep going down. Down. the site plan is page 7. So you can see the magenta line shows an existing single-story, single-family residence. Our proposal is to take that footprint and expand to create a new single-family residence. Really, the front line of that residence is going to stay where it is. The pool footprint kind of remains as it is as well. And our proposal on the next slide, you can see, is really kind of expanding north-south and then extending to the rear. So there's there's 3 elements here. That we have a kind of single hip roof design for the main structure that really was designed in respecting the existing structure that's there in terms of its height, in terms of the scale of the vertical faces and the roof plane itself, trying to minimize any height interference with neighbors, and really kind of create an architectural addition that's going to kind of sink into that topography that's existing. If you go to the renderings that are there on page 5. So if you look at the bottom image there, that's a view of the proposal from the driveway. The driveway kind of sequences remaining as it currently is. We're not really messing around with that kind of entrance sequence. Again, like the front face of the existing house is a similar location to this proposed structure. And again, we're kind of trying to keep it low and discreet as it sits in the context. And then from a materiality standpoint, we're really looking at using a kind of light stucco for the white planes you see there, and then accentuating the fenestration with these wooden portals. And then the roof would be a standing seam metal roof. We're looking at like a Corten kind of finish. Really, again, the finishes are trying to be of a more natural composition. The existing structure there was nothing really architecturally there that we're taking much influence from, other than just the proportions of the structure. And then you can see the 2 flat roof structures are on the right hand side is the main bedroom wing. So within that wing we have, if you go to the plan, you can kind of see it on page 9. Gives you a better idea. So the main bedroom wing, there's just a closet, bathroom, and then so that was designed to be isolated from the kind of main living space. And then the flat roof structure on the right hand side of this plan is the kind of guest bedroom. So those kind of additions that plug into the hip roof structure really kind of complement the low profile that we're going for in terms of height. If you go back to the renderings on page 5, you can kind of see that the same architectural language in terms of the verticality of the fenestrations and exposing that structure, really emphasizing it. If you go to page number 6, you can kind of see a better image of that, the kind of master or the main wing of that addition that we're kind of adding and plugging into the main structure. If you go back to the site plan, the bulk of the landscaping, we're going to have to do a full landscape plan, acknowledged. But you can kind of see the driveway on the west side stays where it is, and then any of the landscaping on the east side also kind of stays where it is. And we're really trying to, look at how maximizing the living area, but not creating something that's too large in bulk and scale relative to the lot size. And then we have the exterior elevations you can kind of see in more detail, but conceptually that's kind of where we're at. we did do a neighborhood study. We kind of expanded it out beyond we're actually at 130% FAR. I think if you go to 136%.
I was gonna say, okay, that sounds more like it. I was.
Yeah, 136 percent for the FAR. I think the existing was 2,600 square feet, and then the new that we're proposing is effectively doubling that square footage.
And can we go to the study, please, David, on page PDF 4, lower right-hand corner?
So everything that is above 100% is obviously kind of a deeper color of orange. We kind of expanded the study, outside of our immediate vicinity just to kind of see what the vernacular was doing in the neighborhood. But I think there's justification there with other projects nearby that are over the FAR. And that's kind of all I have to say. And then if you go to page number 3, you can see the existing site pictures that illustrate what's going on the current lot right now. Page number 3, there you go.
Excellent, yeah.
Yep. So very, very nondescript architectural style. Nothing particularly interesting. So we're trying to create something that is a little bit more architecturally appealing and interesting. And that's it.
Okay, so you done?
Yep, I'm done.
Okay, Claire.
What, we're in questions, John, is that
We
correct?
are in questions. Claire, questions.
I don't think I have any questions. I've got a lot of comments and not very many questions. I'm just waiting.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Dave, please.
First, are you proposing to replace the residence or remodel the?
We're going to replace it.
Okay.
But keep the we did talk about adding, but by the time we get into replacing the slab, it was getting a little unfeasible for the kind of addition that we're looking to do on that lot.
Sure. Okay. And then where is your property on this map?
We're the green.
And where are the properties that exceed the FAR? Or
We actually probably could have done a better job of highlighting those ones on there, but they're
The red one, they're the red ones, Dave, on San Ysidro.
Yeah.
Just these two?
Those were highlighted because they're similar size lots, and then they're exceeding the FAR by a significant amount. Those are just highlighted because they're very similar size lots.
Okay. That's my questions for now.
Excellent. Bill, please.
Yeah, stay on that sheet, Dave. So just to clarify, the red are the only two in that area that are over 100%?
No, those two are just the ones that are similar size lots that are over. But if you look on the column on the right-hand side of that study, all of those properties that are, and if you kind of zoom into that table, it would be helpful.
So what would be an average in your area? I mean, you've got so many there, it'd be hard to get an average.
Yeah, we could probably get you an average. I can't tell you off the top of my head, but if you see some of these ones where, I mean, they're all over 100%, but the ones that are darker shade of kind of orange are ones that are exceeding. There's 600 San Ysidro, which is 54%.
So you're saying that one 600 is 154
Yes.
FAR?
Correct. Yeah.
So these are 123, 120, 108.
Yeah, anything near zero is obviously the 100%.
Point. Yeah, whatever. Got it. Okay. Plate height. What's your plate height there on that?
We have that in the sections. Go to slide number 10. So to the ridge height, we're the ridge height we're 17 feet, and then the plate height we're around 10 feet.
Okay. And you've got that roof coming to a sharp point there. Do you have plans at some point? I know in the details, certainly.
Yeah, we're gonna
Drainage. Your roof
yeah,
drainage.
we need to add a lot of detail to that roof, just conceptually.
So it'll have some kind of depth to it or something, or?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, I think that's all. Thanks.
Tip.
Yes, can you go back to the vicinity map of the FAR, please? Can you zoom into Dave, can you zoom into the green? Yep, that area. I think that it probably, if you can provide for us an FAR study of just around here,
Okay.
I think that probably more relevant. Starting from Pikachu Lane, Green Meadows, Stone Meadow Lane.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah, that I think that would be more of the urban layout of the vicinity projects.
Sure.
And yours is at 136%.
We're at 136, yeah.
And what is the existing house?
The existing house is
approximately 2,000.
Yeah.
In terms of FAR.
I think we should have that on there. Let me see if I have it here.
They said they more than doubled it, or they're about doubling the square foot. So they're going to be somewhere around 75, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I think you're Stone Meadow Lane. We're
Yeah, the existing house has 2 bedrooms and 1 small office. And for this family, we need 5 bedrooms and an office.
That's fine. So the existing house is probably about 0.7, 0.8.
Something like that,
Somewhere in
yeah.
there,
I think that's accurate.
It's a tear down rebuild.
Yeah.
Right.
And everything is within the setback.
Yes. Yep. We're actually 86% current FAR.
86%. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tip. A lighter, please.
But Dave, can we go to the renderings, slide number 5 again, please? Michael, is this the color palette you're suggesting for this project?
Yeah, so we're trying to lean into like more organic and natural look feel to everything. If you look at the mountains in the background, that was kind of inspiration to the palette that we're using. More kind of sandy tones for the stucco, and then the wood tones, the wood vertical elements, and then the kind of brown metal roof.
If one had to give this a theme name, it's certainly not Mediterranean.
No.
Kind of not traditional. Are we going
No.
contemporary? Is there a theme style that we're
Good
trying
question.
to get to?
We're perhaps creating a new architectural theme and style. There's no one particular architectural style that I could summarize this as being. I'd say it's modern. If there's any leaning, because it's very clean lines, but it certainly isn't Mediterranean. I wouldn't describe it as that.
No, of course. I'm trying to peg, and if you say this is kind of a new architectural thought that you're introducing to the community, that answers the question.
Yeah, I don't think it's a new style we're introducing, Lita. I think the theme was to be very humble and very respectful to the land. With the house, with the option to go up a second level, but we wanted to keep it low and humble. And I think if you had to give it a style, it maintains the general shapes at the front of a traditional structure, and like the existing house. And then the 2 pavilions at the back are just very simple structures attached, which are more contemporary. So I would say probably contemporary is the right.
Okay, thank you.
I would suggest quasi Eichler or updated ranch.
I'll
Okay.
go for the updated ranch.
Yeah, I'll
Updated
take the
ranch,
updated
yeah.
ranch as well.
It's actually a good. We drew some inspiration from a Luda Riggs house in Montecito that has these same kind of wings on either side. When you look at the upper rendering, which we're huge fans of Luda Riggs and her architecture, and we definitely drew inspiration from her.
Roof. Do you have any ideas on roof, please?
The original idea was to do it a core 10 metal. But that is TBD, but that's the initial direction.
Have you considered making a big statement forward for solar energy and do something like a Tesla roof? I don't know if there's any competing products for that yet. Something of that nature, please. Have you considered that?
We haven't considered it for the sloping roof, but it's definitely something we would consider for the flat roofs.
Okay. Okay, public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item 620 Stone Meadow Lane, please?
Nobody for this item.
Excellent, thank you. Comments? Bill? Excuse me, Claire?
Okay, here I go. Okay. So, well, this is a neighborhood, and I appreciate, I think it was Mr. Mendro that, or maybe it was Tip that pulled it back, because your study, there is no other, in your study, there's no other house or property that in all of that study were places away from this neighborhood. So I appreciate that either with Tip or that you're pulling it back into this neighborhood. This is a very particular neighborhood. Okay, so I will never ever be, I will not be voting for this project at 136. So if you, I've worked in this neighborhood for your neighbor to this property, down the road, over across the street. So I am very, very familiar with this neighborhood. And if you look at an overhead of the neighborhood on maps or Google Maps or whatever, not the other thing that Dave uses, but if you look at that, every house on the acre or however many size parcel is in the center of the lot. And this house goes setback to setback all across the street from the lot, one side to the other side, which is something in Montecito we actually have tried over the years to not have happen. And there's that for me. There's the size of it. In no way does it speak to the neighborhood that it lives in. It's like going to be an anomaly to that neighborhood. And those are my comments, pretty much. I can't even begin to consider approving this project.
Dave, please.
Well, I like the architecture. I like your contemporary interpretation of a ranch and the soft materials, the core tin roof, and the other materials that are good colors to blend with the natural environment and the foothills there. I can't speak to how it relates to the other houses. I would be interested in seeing more information on that next time you come. And I absolutely agree that you need to pare down your FAR study to really look at the surrounding neighborhood and where your proposed home really is located. So for me, I'm intrigued with the architecture. It's really a matter of being appropriate size for the neighborhood. I do think you've kept it low, and it isn't 2 stories. So I think you have that working for you. We just need to know more about the neighborhood compatibility before I can totally support it. Thanks.
Bill, please.
Yeah, I'm fine with the architectural style. But I too am concerned about the square footage because the lots, I've done some work on houses in those neighborhoods and they're not that large. So I'd be surprised that you were at 136 and the others were the same. I think that's a really high number. So I would be curious to see what's in the immediate neighborhood. Definitely going to need some landscaping there for sure. And your renderings, I don't think are doing it justice at this point right now, but I know you haven't developed that yet. So I'd say come back with a better FAR study and the possibility that you'd need to cut down the square footage. I do appreciate the single story and the material selection in color. Thank you.
Tip, please.
Yeah, I agree with most of all the comments. And the architecture is nice and quiet. Simple. Could be a little more exciting, but I think simplicity is good. It's I think that it's approvable if you bring the FAR in check. I would suspect that this neighborhood probably wouldn't support anything more than 1.10. So I think if you can work on that even without doing the FAR study, bring it back down to be less than 1.1. And I think it's definitely an approvable project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tip. Elida, please.
Well, clearly I am the architectural dinosaur of the group. And I'm just maybe not up to the times. I'm not a big fan of the architecture of this project, but that's a personal comment, not so much a professional comment. Maybe if a rendering had different landscaping to it, it would help my heart. But I'm not a big fan of this one. Sorry. That's it.
I think Tip hit it right on the head here. Right or wrong, good or bad, we have adopted a 1.1 FAR. If you are at that, not 1.11, not 1.011, but 1.1 or less, I think that generally speaking, I love all kinds of architecture, including this one. I think that it's internally consistent, which we don't always see. I think that it's nicely laid out. I'm not so sure the patterning is there as much as it could be, but it's really not too far off at all. And I'm sure it's being driven by the interior. But I think that you need to do that before we would consider something else. I guess we need a full proposal back. If we're going to go at 1.1, and so I think we come back for
conceptual,
further conceptual. And could you start working on the landscape plan at the same time? Oh, and Dave, can we go to the site plan, please?
See, setback to setback is my problem.
Yeah, see, there was actually a project on Middle Road that was brought through maybe 5 or 6 years ago. If people remember, it's down near Coastal Road with a Moody cottage in the front of it that they couldn't get rid of. They offered to give that thing away. Nobody wanted it.
Yeah, right.
But
it's still there.
Yeah, I know it is. I love Montecito. But that also was basically side yard to side yard, and I voted against it because it was side yard to side yard. And they hung their hat that this was so far back on the property that you couldn't really see it, and there was significant landscaping in front of it. Neither of those conditions exist here, and I still voted against it because of the site planning. So please reduce for my vote, please reduce the size so we're down to 1.1 and find a way to not dominate the lot side yard to side yard. Okay, that's all I have. We'll see you next time at full board conceptual.
John, may I ask a quick question before we pass?
Yes,
move
please,
on?
please.
If we just go back to that site plan, if we were to remove the guest house wing, and reduce the side yard to side yard by, like, is there any guidance you can give us? We just want to make sure we get it right for you guys next time. But if we remove one of the pavilions on the southeast side, and reduce the width of the main structure by like 5 feet, is that something that's approvable, or can you give us some more guidance?
I think that what you need to do is to follow Claire's lead. She works in the neighborhood, knows the neighborhood, obviously loves the neighborhood. We do not ask that people mimic what's there. We ask that people be respectful of what's there. And my sense is this probably does not have any of the characteristics of the neighborhood. I am not as familiar with it as Claire is, but I am not going to give you a number. Please make it, connect with the neighborhood with your heart and go from there, please.
And if you really look, if you look at overhead, a map, overhead on like Google something or other, you can see that all the houses in that neighborhood, that street, and then the side streets off of that one of Stone Meadow, you can see that all of the houses in that neighborhood are consistent with about 250, 260. This house is big, for this neighborhood. It doesn't fit in this neighborhood. So, and yes, we're talking about the architecture as though it was separate from the neighborhood. The architecture is great, but it doesn't belong in this neighborhood on this lot, in my opinion.
Sure, with full respect, the one kitty corner right here, if you look at that on the map, it's very, very similar in terms
the
of
architecture, but not the size.
Yeah, the size as well. If you
No,
maybe
it's
zoom
not.
in on four.
Sorry, because
Okay.
sorry, that's one of the projects
Okay.
I've worked on. I know what size that house is.
I do not want to enter into a
Yeah,
dialogue
no,
here.
Sure.
John, I think it's important to recommend to the applicant that they come back with photographs in precedent to right now we're looking at it with no information about the neighborhood. So really focus on bringing information about the neighborhood to justify your design.
Okay.
I'm open to looking at it. I'm not totally opposed to the width of the project and other things. So, but you really need to convince the board that this is appropriate for the neighborhood. And right now we don't have that information.
Okay, thank you for your time, everyone on the board.
Thank you. Good luck. We'll see you whenever. Okay, item
you.
number 7, Tip has a conflict and will be stepping down. We did have a site visit on this, and our comments were, I apologize for not reading them the last time. Site visit and story polls required, which we had today. Members expressed concerns regarding the amount of glass. Study methods to ensure that reflectivity and glow from structure does not impact the surrounding neighborhood. No action taken. Bill Wolf was absent for some reason. Project to return for further concept. So who is here for this project today, please?
Drew Shear, present for Warner Group Architects.
Drew, we saw you today. We had
Yes.
several comments and questions. I think we understand what it is, so please make the presentation you want.
Okay, well, let's start with the cover page here. Just as a quick overview. So the site is an undeveloped 3 acres at the corner of Hot Springs Road and Riven Rock Road. We're proposing a new ground-up two-story main residence with attached garage. We're also proposing a detached, partially underground, 800 square foot garage and storage area, and mechanical and equipment space. We are also proposing, and you'll see in the plans here, located directly above the detached garage is a proposed ADU. This will be under a separate permit, but we've shown it here in the renderings, the site plan in the section for reference. So to begin with, conceptually, this project it's all about the connection with nature. So our client has a very active outdoor lifestyle, and so this is very important to us. And so the design makes use of a large amount of glass that we discussed, floor to ceiling glazing. And this is to allow unobstructed views and connection with the surrounding landscape. And as we saw on site, there's a large eucalyptus grove at the northeast corner. And we can go to A110. You want to look at the renderings here, that's kind of in that corner of the property at least.
Do you know which PDF page that is?
That would be 7, I believe. The one after that, actually, sorry, number 8. So, there's a large amount of glazing on the first floor to allow unobstructed views with the landscape in connection to that eucalyptus grove to the east, and to the south and southwest, there's a natural oak woodland that covers, over half of the site. So it's a fairly unique existing landscape that we're really trying to capture and maintain as much as possible and integrate that into the architecture and connection with the architecture. So that's the other primary point for the project. And the glazing kind of serves as a dual purpose. So on the first floor, it allows full transparency. So in the rear yard, you can see through the building to the front. So you have a connection with the front of the property, even though you're behind the building. And then on the upper floors, as you can see here, it'll reflect, the larger trees. It'll cast shadows on that end of the building. Primarily the eucalyptus trees and some of the larger oak trees just to the south there that come up close to the building. Materiality wise, the exterior incorporates a weathering steel structure that is expressed there on the exterior. So that's what you're seeing there in the brown tones. So that'll have a natural patina to it that provides a more earthy tone as opposed to something very steely and manufactured, and help blend with the landscape as well. And then we've also incorporated privacy panels that you can see there of the same material at various points that have a perforated pattern to allow diffuse light through into the interior at certain locations. And if you go to sheet A402, which is the second to last page, the site section. If you scroll down there, you'll see the existing grade versus proposed grade. And so at the left edge there, that's our development envelope and our setback there. It's on the left side of the screen, and then it comes down slope toward the oak woodland to the south. And so the building sits down in the site with an open rear yard for children to play and create a space for entertaining and family gathering that's not part of the oak woodland, which we're trying to remain, as light a hand as possible in that area. And as I mentioned before, even when you're back in that area, it doesn't feel like you're in this self-contained rear yard. You still have open views through the building southward over the pool. And so that's very important. It also helps bring the scale down to the building. So to the north side there, you'll notice that the property directly north essentially sees this building as a single-story building, which is nice. So the screening that we're proposing will also help, eliminate any direct views from the neighbor to the north onto the property. And in our initial conceptual review, I know we were asked to consider the lantern effect, and so a big part of what we're proposing here that will be integral to the design is a continuous vegetative screening around the perimeter of the property. We see this as being a very dense, lush, sort of naturalistic looking screening, not a manufactured hedge, but something that looks more natural, to provide security, privacy, and also to help from the outside of the property to help screen the home from any neighboring views. And so we met on site with the local horticulturist, Doug Richardson, who's very familiar with the area. And he proposed us, especially within the vicinity of the eucalyptus trees, because those can be difficult to plant underneath, as we discussed on the site. He recommended toyon with lemonade berry and potentially using Catalina cherry, which are evergreen. They're very dense. They grow under the eucalyptus trees. They're drought tolerant. They're native to the area. And if we let them grow, they can reach 15, 20 feet in height or so. So that's around the perimeter of the site. So that's also very important. It will help screen from any exterior point around the property, either from the neighbor to the west, to the north, or even along Hot Springs Road. And also on that point, to address some of the lighting from the interior, at the nighttime, we've included operable privacy shades in the interior of the building. Because this is a private home, the client wants the privacy at nighttime. So these will be in every space on the upper floor. There'll be opaque shades for complete privacy. And then also they'll have screening shades on the first floor if they want those at the nighttime. And by comparison, we did build a modern building along Channel Drive. John, you'd mentioned this, and it has floor-to-ceiling windows. And in this case, the lot was much smaller. It's much more public, and so that was a much greater concern with the neighbors and also with the public. And so we did incorporate screen shades on the exterior of the building, and there are also extended eaves at the first floor and the second floor. But what we found is that the screening shades don't really help too much to mitigate with the night lighting because you do have an open view from the sidewalk at the nighttime. And the eaves that extend out on the upper floor actually tend to reflect the light coming from the interior. And so they end up being highlighted during the nighttime, which really only kind of accentuates what we're trying to eliminate here, I think. And so because this is a much more private site, it's much more secluded, it's behind heavy vegetation already as it is, and with the proposed perimeter vegetation, I'm not sure that those would be a very successful addition to the architecture. And during the daytime, because we're keeping many of the large eucalyptus trees to the east, southeast, a lot of that upper story glass will be naturally shaded during the day. And we'll just, reflect the trees and the vegetation and, become more a part of the landscape during the day. You don't really have a view from Riven Rock as you'd be looking through the oak woodland. And so really the main concern is the neighbor to the west, who would be looking up at the home. And so, part of what we're proposing with the screening was also along that western perimeter. And because they're at a lower elevation looking up through the hedge, they really wouldn't have any direct views of the upper story of the building. And the neighbor to the north has already planted a full height hedge in front of their building, so they really wouldn't have much of a view of the structure either. So, and the client did meet with the neighbor to the west as they share a property line about potential views, and they've seen the design, and they have had no issue with it with what we're proposing, so they are familiar with what we're doing.
Are you done there?
So that would be it.
Okay, thank you for being so brief. Bill, questions?
So the east side screening there that you're proposing landscape, there was no landscape plan yet, right? You don't have a landscape plan?
Not yet. If you go to the site plan, it shows it on page number 4, I believe.
We're still on concept, Bill.
Right. Yeah. So this just shows you in green there where, we're essentially we're pushing out that screening as far out as we can to the property line or to the easement lines to help screen any views from outside of the property onto the site. So it is that sort of multi-pronged security, it's privacy on both sides of the property.
Yeah. I did have a different kind of question. I know I wasn't here for the original discussion, and I don't know if this necessarily helps the views, certainly, but was there ever thought about bringing the access off Hot Springs Road to get into this parcel so you don't have such a long driveway? This might have been.
We looked at that, but the traffic along Hot Springs Road, I mean, every car that goes by is reading the speed limit, and it's such a narrow road, you don't have good visibility, that even when you pull out of the private drive up there to the north above our property line, it still gets a little iffy. If there's high traffic getting out of there, you don't have a lot of visibility. And so to us, Ribbon Rock is a much quieter street in terms of traffic and use. So that seemed to be the way to go.
And you pushed it up high on the site. Again, these may have already been discussed, and I apologize for not being part of that first meeting, but you pushed it. Why is it pushed as far up? Are you getting views from there to the ocean or anything?
So part of what we're dealing with, just as a little background here, so this lot used to be one large 9-acre lot. And so when they split it into thirds, at this lot, at least, they also drew a development envelope. So that's the red line that kind of zigzags around the building, the red dashed line. And so that's what our constraint is. So even though we have a 3-acre lot, we really only have about 2/3 of an acre to develop. And the reasoning for that was to preserve the oak woodland to the south. And so when they did the lot split, they decided that was, it's a very unique on this site. And so they wanted to maintain that for any future development. And so that pushes everything to the northern end of the site.
Got it. Okay, all right. I think
it's also the reason for the driveway easement there along the neighboring property, because instead of having the driveway come straight through, right through the middle of the site where you go right through all of the oak trees, this keeps it kind of out of the way. So you go around the trees instead of directly through them, like where we kind of walked through this morning.
That's why I thought the Hot Springs route would have been a shorter access, but anyway. Okay. All right, that was all I had. Thank you.
Blair, questions?
Oh, questions for me?
Questions from you.
I don't have any questions.
Dave.
No questions, John.
Wow, Elida.
Your client was going to see if maybe she could get a list of plant material that can thrive under.
Yeah, so I mentioned that very quickly in my presentation, but there are at least 3 or 4 species that we've identified with the horticulturist. So toyon is the large one that also flowers at certain times of the year, which is nice. The lemonade berry, and then there's a couple other species that we can use. So we don't have a consistent, the same plant all the way around. We can mix and match so that it looks a little bit more naturally vegetated.
Okay, great. Well, that will be on a landscape plan down the road.
Yes, so the following meeting, we'll introduce all of the proposed species for the site. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Dave, can we go down to the inspirational photographs? It's 1 GP, I think. No, next. There, that's it. Okay, so these were presented by you, Wonder Group, and show significant overhangs and things of that nature. There's in the upper right, there's a screen that's off of there. And this is in a climate that's, while it is drier than ours, it's basically at the same latitude. And the comment about that is the location of the sun is fairly similar between this area, Arizona, and Santa Barbara, where Chicago, which is the inspiration from the Farnsworth House, or New York, which is where whatever that guy's name is. Philip Johnson, thank you. Which is what the smaller structure really looks like. So why isn't this, here's the question, so why isn't this a more appropriate architectural style than something that's actually derived from the greater Chicago area, please?
Right. So we had a lot of conversations with the client about this. They're obviously very familiar with both areas.
Right.
In Arizona, you do have a much greater temperature swing. So, it gets up to 120 degrees. So you really want to try to control the sun, especially at certain times of the year. And so there it's much more of a concern, where Santa Barbara doesn't get those big swings where you go from 120 to 50 sometimes in a few days, day to night. And so, here it does make more sense. It's also much more exposed. You don't have any real natural shading from the vegetation. Everything's usually typically very low to the ground, very arid landscapes, don't really have a lot of large trees like we do here in Santa Barbara. And so that was the other reasoning, that what you see here isn't really appropriate for Santa Barbara, we felt, because you don't have the same sort of temperature swings that you do here. The sun is less intense. Our site is much more protected by the trees and natural shading. And so, we didn't feel that these would be required for Santa Barbara.
Is this type of architecture, and in particular, I had mentioned on site Brie de Soleil, which I hope you had a chance to take a look at, maybe you didn't.
Yes.
But isn't this style of architecture also relevant to this climate, far more so than Chicago, which is up at latitude 54. I just looked at it. We're at 34. There's significantly less sun up north than there is here.
Right.
And so isn't this a more natural way of building in this climate or in this solar location than something that's, it's not super far north, but it's fairly far north, please?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yeah, no,
no?
I understand where you're coming from. But again, I still feel like, we did have multiple conversations about this, and, they are familiar with Chicago, and, our clients lived in Santa Barbara for a little while now, and we didn't want to also make the building feel even more massive and add more shadow and depth to it. We liked that it was a much cleaner form. And so, you kind of reduce the amount of reach that the building has over the site as well. And so some of the shading that we're addressing is either with the privacy panels that you see that just run vertically on the exterior of the building, in areas where you really want it, like in the bedrooms, or some of the other areas upstairs, or you do it with interior shades, which I'm sure will be used quite a bit, because as we learned from our residents in Channel Drive, every time you go by at night, you see all the shades are drawn down, and even though they are set back from the street there, everybody typically wants their privacy, and so we've seen those be used on a daily basis, and so at nighttime at least, those will help with light coming out of the building, and then during the daytime, we could do a dual shade where it reduces the amount of exposure coming into the building.
Thank you, Drew. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 700 Riven Rock Road, please?
No hands up for this one.
Okay, comments back in the same order. Bill, please.
Yeah, Dave, can you go to the elevations there? Rendering's fine, like sheet 7, I guess. So I too like the Arizona home style, and I'm mostly concerned about the south and the east. Well, the east certainly visible from the street there, Hot Springs, and the screening, whether or not you'll be successful in being able to screen back the upper level. The lower level is fine. I don't have any issue with that. It's the upper level. And maybe as you did on the lower level, you have sort of a recessed lower level and the roof continues out, but the floor is not, and maybe either by pulling in the walls there and reducing the lighting, that maybe you could reduce that east corner a little. I'm just trying to figure out ways to try and soften that impact from the street.
I should mention, I didn't point it out specifically in the presentation, but we do have a site where we did a mock-up of, the site screening that we're proposing at that northeast corner. So if you go to, I think it's sheet 7 or 8, it's right after the renderings. You'll see what's existing now with the eucalyptus trees. It's the one above that one.
10.
Page 10, yeah. So if you scroll down there, so above is what is existing, and below here is sort of our mock-up. If you consider a 8-foot fence, which is our max fence height, and then if the vegetation were to grow above that, where the building is situated now, you can kind of see, from the furthest back, that you can get along the northeast corner, so that you have the greatest view of the building before you get up close to the hedge that we're proposing to go around the site. That's kind of how much building you read there from that corner at the very least, where it's kind of the most exposed there where you're referencing.
Yeah, well, I still have a concern of that east corner. I appreciate your illustration here. 12-foot fence, though, is what you're talking about, vegetated screening there.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the fence itself.
Hey, Drew, we let you speak. Would you please let us speak?
Yeah, so I'm fine with the architectural style. Like I said, I do like the overhang concept. I think I would be much more in favor of that, at least if it was incorporated on the east and the south side in portions. I'm not expecting it to be the whole length, but I think that would help layer it as well as soften those faces. The single story element, I think that looks great. I don't have any issue with that. That's low slung and not a problem. It's really just that second floor, that east side mostly, that I feel, I think you could finesse it to get it to really make it nice. And you've added some screen elements too, I see there on the lower floor of the lower right west corner there, which maybe some of those pieces could be incorporated up on that east elevation potentially, partially, to help screen. I know the father and son and the owner have some real creative ways of being able to address those things, so I have complete faith that they'll be able to come up with something. But I think that corner to me could use a little finesse and would help make it feel a little better to me. And then certainly at some point a landscape thickening of that east side to help us feel comfortable with that. The rest of it I don't have an issue with. It's unfortunate you have to have a long driveway like that. It would be great if there was an option, but really the only two are coming off of Hot Springs or Ribbon Rock. So I'll follow suit with it, what other board members have to think about that.
Claire, please.
Yes, there's a couple of things I wanted to ask before I went into the other things I had to say. It appears that the lower story is 14 feet in height. Is there some reason why that has to be that high?
Yeah, so part of it is the depth of the structure of the floor to floor. So that eats up 18 inches or so. And so our ceiling height on the first floor is around 12.5 feet. So we really, the goal was to open up those views outward as much as possible. We can look at lowering the plate height of that first floor. We are showing an arbor here on the southern elevation that you kind of look out through that will have vines and vegetation growing on it. So we wanted to make that view as unobstructed as possible, looking south.
Okay, well, that was just looking at it. I mean, I know the whole house is 25, but we're having to deal with all this screening that from my point of view, that if the whole house was lower, it would be better. And I was just looking at the heights, and the 14 feet seemed for the lower story. I mean, that could be made shorter. Anyway, but that's up to you. Now, you also mentioned in your presentation just now that you're proposing an 8-foot hedge or an 8-foot wall around the project. Is that accurate? Or was that just?
So what we're considering right now is essentially a fence, just so that creatures can't get in or out of the site.
And what is the height of the fence that you're proposing?
So currently we're showing it as 8 feet, which I believe is the max that we're allowed. Under the,
Six.
okay. So
Six. You can have 6 with no issue. Or if you go to 8, then you have to get a conditional use permit for that, or a minor conditional use permit. So that's why, you know, so what are you proposing? You proposing 8 or are you proposing 6 for the fence?
Here we're proposing, well, I'm showing 8. We called out 6 feet in the drawings, but ultimately the vegetation will be what you read as the
I'm not
height.
concerned about the vegetation right now. I'm asking you what size wall or fence, what is the height that you're proposing?
So here is an 8-foot fence.
What?
It's an 8-foot fence that we're showing here in the drawings.
It's an 8-foot fence. Okay, fine. So you'll just have to get a minor conditional use permit. Fine. Okay, because from the street, you know, an 8-foot fence is pretty big, you know, I mean, or overwhelming to drivers, but anyway, it doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want. So you're proposing on the hot springs, and then the other side, an 8-foot. Okay. So, okay, then let's go back to this conversation about screening, which you keep interjecting into all of this, you know, that everything is going to be screened, you know, and you actually in your presentation just now, you mentioned that your arborist or whoever your person you're talking about this was recommending native plants like toyons, rus, rhamnus, and there were a couple of others. I didn't get all of them written down, all of which are in the native realm, you know. And by the way, none of those are going to grow tall enough to actually screen this. They're all shrubs, and their maximum height of all of those, the one that I'm talking about, is 15 feet. So if that's at their max, mostly rus, toyons, rhamnus, all of the plants that you're mentioning that will grow under these trees are only at full size. They're bushes, and they're about 8 feet tall. You know, so that is not going to work for your screening as you're proposing it, from my point of view. And I'm the landscape architect here, so I actually know this site. I know that you know, and I know about the problems of trying to grow under the thing. And so far, you, not at the site visit nor at the hearing, have you come up with any proposal of what that screening is going to look like and how big it is and what you're going to, how it's going to come out. So for me, I can't, you know, that's those things. And then there's the, let's see, blah, 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 height, blah, 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 yeah, not shrubs. I was making notes while I was listening to all of it. So for me, this project is going to be very, very visible from Hot Springs Road and from the private drive that goes down the other way. You know, I think for me, I think the whole project needs to be lowered, and the project has to be re-looked at for the amount of glass on the building. I mean, I don't even know how you're going to be able to pass, what is that, 24? Is that what it is, John? Is it 20?
Energy calcs, yeah.
What?
Energy calcs.
Yeah, I don't think, yeah, that's the energy calcs. I don't know that this house, I mean, I recently had to build a house and I had lots of glass in it, but it wouldn't meet the energy calcs. So there's some issues with this proposal that is not working for me. And maybe if other members of the board, it can work, but I can't. For me, it's just, it's a little, is that this house is overwhelming, you know, for me. So those are my comments.
Dave.
Yeah, well, I like the architecture. I think it's very nice, contemporary design. I don't think you've addressed my concerns about the reflectivity and the night lighting of the second story. I think if this house was a single story and lower, I'd have no problem supporting it. It's just when it goes 2 stories and the size of it on this lot and the potential visibility, I have very strong concerns. And I don't think overhangs, I think you mentioned increase the mass of it. I think overhangs add shadow and depth, reduce reflectivity, and soften the building. I think your images show that these, and this structure appears to potentially be 1 or 1.5 stories, which has could have a much better feel on this site. So for me to support the project, I would need, number one, some type of formal documentation from the fire department that you can keep all the trees that you're proposing, those eucalyptus and everything, because I think they're key to softening your project. And number two, I would need much more documentation like you did for that one view of the property, showing the proposed screening from the street and from the neighbors' views to ensure that the project won't be visible. Yeah, I'm just very concerned about, depending on a 12-foot wall of landscaping, and what that's going to look like, how long that's going to take to be there, and how it's going to be maintained, because that's all you have to screen it right now. I don't think interior shades help with screening unless they're opaque, and I don't think you're going to want to do that. So you haven't satisfied my concerns about the reflectivity and night lighting with the 2-story structure that's this large on this site. So that's what I need some more documentation that those issues are mitigated before I could support the project.
Elida, please.
Well, the good news, it's an incredible site, and the architecture is beautiful. I must support Claire with maybe less passion. And I certainly support everything that Dave said. I hope this can be worked out, because it is a wonderful site, and I love the architecture. I'm not schooled enough to offer enough suggestions. I hope it comes through, but there are some issues. That's it.
I think at the core of this is Optima, which from what I can figure out is a high-end kit house that forces you into certain regular patterns and developments in order to get a house of this size and this openness for a comparatively modest amount of money. So I think that's driving a lot of what's coming down. But when I look at this, I can't remember who it was, but if this were all single story, as is shown on the rendering on the left, easy approval for me. But when it gets up to be like this, it is not coincidental that this building is designed by somebody that prides himself on having attended IIT under the program developed by Mies van der Rohe. So that's what we have here, a modern house that is not site specific, but should be able to be dropped into any location anywhere in the world. That's the concept of a kit house. I disagree with that concept. I think that the overhangs and shadowing that I'm trying to get, the pictures of this custom house in Arizona show what the difference between a kit house and a custom designed house is. I think that we specifically, way back when in 1992, when the architectural guidelines were coming out and the FARs were being developed, we actually supported buildings that were larger when they created shadows by doing that, by not including any exterior decking and things of that nature. And this is contrary to that. I understand the purity of it. I understand the simplicity of it and the aesthetics that can come from that kind of an approach. But I don't think that that's appropriate here. This same architect designed a project down on Jameson Lane, which we asked them to modulate the vertical elements of the house in that particular case. But they already had modification on that project. They already had modulation horizontally. Not a lot, but some. This has none in either direction, and it actually reads to me more of a probably 1990s to early 2000s office building. And I'm not sure that I want to support that here. I think that it does not feel like it belongs in Santa Barbara at this size. There was a house that was all glass on Ashley Road right next to Cold Spring Creek that was taken out in the mud flow, which is too bad. It was lovely. There's another one up we reviewed that William Hefner brought before us at the corner of Butterfly and Channel Drive that currently has just the upper level simplicity. They're suggesting a lower level, but it's just a small corner of it. And there's also a project that my wife and I happened to walk by on Lilac, which has a fairly strong glass exterior. But in all of those cases, it seems to me that it is a smaller scale of glass and less repetitive and not as dominating as this project will be. I cannot vote for this without it incorporating enough exterior elements to make this feel like it's not an office building on this site. But when I saw the images, the inspirational images, clearly that's a more expensive house to build than this. But it is a lovely house. The one that's being proposed is nice, but it's the difference between good and remarkably inspiring. And I would love to, I know you can do this because I think the owner's brother did that. So anyway, I think I do not buy interior shades for lantern effect. If the privacy is here that you represent, why the heck draw the shades? You want to look outside, have the moon reflect on the trees and things. I don't believe that they're going to bring the shades down at all. Down at the beach, where there's lots of people walking by and looking in, I'll buy that the shades are there. Not for this house. This is not if they achieve what they want, and then what Claire was saying on the site, that lighting will spill out over any of the hedges that might be proposed here. So and looking down from Mountain Drive and things like that, we'll definitely see this. I will not vote for that. So anyway, that's what I have to say. Obviously it needs to come back at concept and address stuff. Anything else, anybody, before we move on, please?
Oh, just an aside, by the way, this house, the one that's in the upper right of the photos,
Yeah.
I actually, because was in Arizona last week. That house belongs to Cher. I actually was within, a half a mile of that house last week. It's a gorgeous, beautiful piece of architecture. Unbelievable. Yeah.
And could you see it at night because it was glowing?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I wasn't there at night. I was about 11 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you. I think back to the full board. I think there's a lot to take on, figure out how to get this project moved on. There is no vote. Item number 8, Tip should be back with us. 743 San Ysidro Road. Michael, are you back with us?
I'm back. I never
Okay.
left.
Okay, so
listening intently.
Yeah.
Been entertained for the rest of the afternoon.
Fascinating. I love these hearings. Much to learn.
That speaks volumes, man.
Really?
Okay. Provide, for this project that's coming up, number 8, provide neighborhood FAR study, provide photos of existing residents, restudy fenestration, restudy roof line of pool cabana, submit arborist's report, work with planner to correct project description on agenda, identify uses of proposed accessory structures. So, Michael, please.
I believe I can successfully say that I've done all those things. I've done my homework. So maybe we can just tackle, and actually maybe before I get going, I know that Frank, my client, is on the line. I think he wants to say a couple
Hello.
things. There he is.
Hello, thank you very much for taking the time today to look at this project on our behalf. My name is Frank Remy. I'm originally from France, moved to the US about 27 years ago. I recently had an open heart surgery 2-3 years ago, and following that I was at UCLA in LA, and we fell in love with the house that we bought in Montecito. We had visited many homes, but this one reminded me a lot homes where I grew up in south of France, and so we did nothing to the house. We just felt that it was perfect for our needs. But at the same time, I have now 4 children. I raised my first 2 kids on my own while we were living in the UK. I had an interaction for a few years while we lived in London. And now back here, I'm remarried. We have 2 young children, 4 weeks old and 2 years old. And my wife, all her friends live in Montecito. So about 2-3 years ago, she brought me around, met a lot of her friends who became now our really circle of friends. And we fell in love with the place. So we said, look, that's perfect. If we can make this our permanent home, that would be amazing. As you will see from the existing home, and the previous owner was just a couple living there. Our family is a bit more extended. I have 4 children, and I have my 80-year-old mother who lives half-time in Arizona and half-time with us in LA, would also move with us here. And that's the reason why we're very honored to come to you today with the request to see if we can build this 2 additional structure to the property. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank. So maybe we can tackle the first item that was requested, which is the neighborhood study. So if you go to page 2 of this drawing set, you can see the next slide. I kind of zoom into this neighborhood study. So we kind of looked at the neighboring properties and really tried to determine, where the current FAR was and the impact of the additional structures that we're adding. So right now, our FAR is 123%, and our proposed additions are adding an extra 3%. So we're now at 123. If you look at all the kind of listed properties there, they're highlighted. There are several properties that are well over the recommended FAR, and there's some that are obviously below. I think that the nature of these additions are modest in size.
Dave, can you get right in on the table, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
So
thank you.
Yeah, there you go. So we're looking at our parcel 15, which is 20%, and our proposed is adding 3%. Everything around us is generally over that recommended. I think there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 properties that are under the recommended FAR. So I think that from a site context and neighborhood study, we're kind of well within that what's expected of our neighbors. So that was item number 1 that was asked for.
Please wait for a second. Can you go in on the actual diagram of the house, of the properties? I count 16 up above.
Oh, got it. Oh, okay. This is completely okay.
Okay, so, okay, thank you.
Yeah, did I get them all in there? Did I miss
Well,
one?
14 here, 16 up above, but you
Oh.
didn't have your own, so that's 15. So it's
Yeah.
the immediate neighborhood,
The immediate neighborhood, correct.
like you did not do on the other one, correct?
We're talking about 743 right now.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just
Okay.
teaching you how to do this. It's
I
all.
know.
Okay, thank you very much.
Learning lessons. So if you go to the page sheet G0.07, a few sheets down, you can see the existing pictures, and this is what kind of Frank was mentioning, was this is a Mediterranean style architecture. There's a lot of rectilinear windows with shutters, and then there's also a lot of curved openings. So I think the previous conceptual review, we had a lot of comments about the mixture of the arched openings versus the square. And I think that this is justification for us having that approach, that we're just really trying to architecturally mimic what the house is doing, not introducing any other language other than what's kind of there. I think the best illustration of the proposed structures are maybe going to be in the other PDF that I'd sent over. It's an 11 by 17. Yeah, the presentation. So yeah, these are just, again, kind of same content. So let's stay here. So the three structures that are in question, we have this structure number one, which is in the north portion of the lot, which kind of sits within an existing slope. We're really trying to tuck that structure in towards that corner. There are some trees nearby. The arborist report, we had an arborist go out there to take a look at the oak trees that are nearby, and he did not. He said there's no significant impact to those trees. And then that's the same with the accessory structure number two. There's a large combined oak tree along that south property line that we're not having any significant impact. And then the pool house is just an extension of what's existing there. So if you go to the next slide down, so this is accessory structure number one. So simple footprint. We're kind of up against the property line. Again, trying to push it as far back in there as possible. We have the eaves overhanging, and then if you go to the next slide, you can see some of the elevations. Really, all the fenestration is limited to the front side, so that rear side, looking adjacent to that property line, is there's no windows there. We want to be conscious of privacy. There you go. And then if you go to the next slide, there should be a rendering showing it in context. So again, that's it kind of sitting in situ. We have the large rectilinear windows, and then where we have an opening or a doorway, that's where we introduce the arches, which is again consistent with the existing architecture of the house. So that covers the this structure, and then go to the next slide. So the pool house addition, this is the area that we did restudy. I think we kind of went back, and really what we were trying to do initially was limit our costs on the construction side, like by keeping the existing roof. I think we really went back to Frank and kind of, suggested that the comments that were from the last MBAR hearing we should take to heart and explore taking the roof off and adding a new roof. So if you go to the next slide, you can see that we just added a hip roof, similar slopes to what's existing. Really simplified the geometry, so cover the entire structure as opposed to leaving the roof and then adding a flat roof. The footprint stays the same as proposed. And if you go down to the next slide, you can kind of see the language with the rectangular windows and shutters, and then the arched openings for the main entrance. And then we have just where we have some of the exposed stucco walls, we're just suggesting that we would kind of reintroduce the green wall that is existing in that current pool structure per the existing pictures. And this is just a rendering showing how that's going to look. And then the final one is the structure next to the tennis court. We have a gabled roof structure. If you go down to the next slides, you can kind of see again the same language, and then go to the rendering. They can get a better picture of how it's sitting in there. And then the existing site right now is a large grassed area, so we're just kind of dumping this structure over an existing pond, that really deep pond that's there that has been drained. So we're kind of sliding that structure in this grove of trees in the existing landscape. And that kind of summarizes our proposal.
Questions, Elida?
Oh, Dave, we can stay right on this because we've been talking a lot about lawns and the drought and on and on and on.
Yeah.
This structure, if you had some nice deep beds, you'd cut down considerably on the lawn. And I'm real big these days on pollinator gardens. With there's so many things to do to have this building come down into the landscape more, but additionally to, let's be conscious of the drought and the amount of lawn. So
that sounds more like a comment rather than a question.
Yeah, there's no lawn on the right side of your screen in the new design that we're doing right now. That was done before the drought, and so we worked on a different plan for landscaping. But also, as he mentioned, there was a koi pond before that required a lot of water, and also it was dangerous for my daughters because they're too small, and it became a hazard. So that location there, in fact, is taking a lot of space off the lawn and also that koi pond. But everything you see on the right side of the screen will be redesigned with no lawn. In fact, it's just the flower pots and things like that my wife's working on with the landscaper.
Okay.
Did you have
sorry
questions?
for going out of order with that. It was just right here on the screen, so that's what brought it to
No,
mind.
you're
I
right,
don't have.
right,
I don't
but
have.
It's not accurate. This image on the grass itself is not accurate. I'm sorry. It hasn't been updated since.
Questions,
No
Tip,
questions.
Tip,
Yes,
questions. Thank you.
Do you have the existing pictures of the existing house, the vernacular architecture style?
Yep.
Can you zoom in a little bit, please?
Which ones? Just all of them?
Like,
or-
let's say the upper, that one, right.
Yeah, those ones.
So the house is, how new is the house?
The house was built 25 years ago.
Yeah, 96 or something.
Say again, I couldn't hear you.
I think it was 96 is what I remember, Frank. Is that correct?
Well, I see.
Yeah,
So it's about-
I thought it was 28 years ago when we bought it. So you're probably right. Yeah.
So the new building, the pool house, is it the same vernacular detailing as the existing house,
Exactly.
or you try to simplify the detailing?
No, because as I mentioned, I'm from France and very particular about the style. As you see here, the house style, I'm sure you're familiar. This is more what we call Provençal from the deep south of France. So we're going to keep exactly the same, except that in France, it's built with real stone, and here it's only frame and painted frame on it. So we're going to keep the exact same fabric of the building for the two additional structure we aim to build. It will be built on the same quality, same structure, same paint, same blue color around the windows. Everything will blend perfectly.
Thank you. Those were my questions.
Bill, please. Questions.
You go to the site plan, Dave, A 1.02 there. Well, actually, sorry, A1.
Yeah, you can go to A1.
Oh, here, yeah.
Sorry. Go to A1 there.
Okay, that's what I want. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
A1 doesn't have.
This is existing.
1.0. I want to see where. Yeah, there we go. So I think it's called the studio. Let me shut this off. Are there trees? I'm trying to figure out why building is kind of pushed up against that property line so tight. Is there?
Really, we looked at
not.
a number of different layouts for that, but the idea was that there's an existing not annotating this right where those kind of circles are. There's some existing plantings. We wanted to leave that. Yeah, there you go. There's some existing planting. There was actually a pathway going up, and there's some old dog kennels that are no longer being used that were kind of at the end of that pathway, that little square structure. So really, as you entered up the driveway, we wanted it to feel pushed back and in and under the canopy of the trees that are kind of on the bottom corner of that little wall. There's like a raised plant.
But sorry, you're absolutely correct. Anything that was on the left side, there was not much there. But everything on the right side, which is central to the image you see here, is heavily landscaped by the previous owners. And we didn't want to touch that because it was so beautiful. But at the same time, what he mentioned, there was a kennel that was like electric motorized for a lot of dogs, because I believe the previous owner had been threatened at arm with weapons. Something horrible happened then. So that's why they had this big kennel. And so they were hiding the kennel behind a lot of very flush landscaping. And that's everything you see on the right. But on the left side, we saw this pathway. And so we felt there was a natural space for that space.
The next question is the neighbor on that side there, the left side of that image. How far are they away? Are they?
They have in their property right now, there is a I'm going to kind of draw. They have like a little solar field right here, so solar panels. And then they have old dog kennels that are no longer in use. And then their house is actually really far over towards Picacho Lane side.
Dave, would you please do us a Google Earth, please?
Yeah, is that pretty well screened, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, privacy is everything, obviously, for all parties concerned. So there is existing separation and fencing between them, but I think that we would probably want to maximize that. But I know that their house is much further away from this.
Yeah, and it seems like you're fighting a little bit of the topography there, maybe.
Right.
Not, but I get it.
Because of the grading, we're below him.
Yeah.
What?
So elevation-wise, you're lower than he is.
Yes.
Correct.
While we're looking at this, John, can I ask a question about that building that we're looking at? Is that in the setback?
Which one?
The one we just looked at?
No, the roof is, not the walls.
Oh, okay. That's what I was I was trying to figure out whether it was.
So, Bill, you are asking questions, please.
Yeah, I was mostly wanting to see where that studio space is sitting in terms of the site and how it impacts or not the neighbor, and I mean, you've got it kind of retaining sort of halfway in the ground, is that right?
Right. It's kind of like living right. Oh, sorry, if you just hold it for a second.
Yeah, right where that.
It's like right.
Basically covering the grassy area, which is good.
Yeah.
It's like right tucked in here. So tucked in that corner.
Okay.
So this is their guest house.
Okay.
And this is the main house. Yeah.
Oh, there's the solar panels, and there's the neighbor's house. Okay.
Right.
Oh, so which is his main house? The one.
This is his guest house, and then the main house is over here, kind of under these trees.
Oh, okay. And that house up further is not another property, and looks like that the main house is that big house to the left even further. So
exactly.
Yeah, it might very well be.
Completely, it's the
Oh
one
yeah, there is.
Yeah,
it's that one there. That one. Sorry.
Yeah, he's very far. That's the main house.
Okay, that was all I had. Thank you.
Okay, great. Claire, please, your turn. Questions?
Yeah, questions. What is the square footage of the main house?
The current square footage of the main house is 8,600 square feet.
How much?
8,602 square feet.
800 and something. Okay.
8,600.
860. Okay. And then have you submitted a landscape plan at all?
We have not, no.
Okay, so I was looking at the packet and I couldn't find it. Okay. And, okay, I already answered that question. Okay, those are all my questions.
Dave, please.
No questions, John.
And I have no questions. Public comment, there is a letter. Is there anybody attending this meeting that would like to address the board in person for item number 8, 743 San Ysidro Road, please? Anybody here?
I'm not seeing any hands raised, John.
Okay, very good. So I have this is a neighbor, I'm not quite sure, I'm not sure
So
where
this
he.
is the gentleman, sir, that the house we just looked at, which the house is further away.
Sir, I have spoken with Michael, architect for the project. In addition to a 9,300 square foot house, the owner would like to build 700 pool, 700 tennis, 700 playhouse. This is not in keeping with neighborhood properties or Montecito as a community. I told him that this needs to be scaled back before we would no longer object. We'll be traveling from 2.2 to 3.8, but can be contacted through email and text. Okay, so anybody else, please, public comment. Okay, I'm going to close public comment, go back in the same order. Comments, please. Elida, please.
No comment.
Tip, please.
Yeah, I really don't have an issue with the project. I try to make sure that the new buildings, you know, and the addition to the pool house, I think the design could be a little more authentic. Some of the what I've seen presented, it's look a little bit too watered down in terms of traditional Spanish Mediterranean. So that those are my comments.
Bill, please.
Yeah, Dave, can you go the elevations of the studio? I think maybe I agree with Tip to a certain degree. I think you have too many cut lights in your windows. I think that's part of what I think is throwing me off, because there it looks fine.
So this is the one you're.
Yeah, but these there's too many divided lights there, at least for matching the style of the home. So I tend to agree. I think, you know, once you get into the detailing and you start recessing the windows and you know, doing the right cut lights on there, I think they'll start to feel okay. And I would really want to make sure that you're well screened, this building, from the neighbor on that, is that north side of the property, if I'm getting it right. Anyway, the back side that's closest to you there. I know he doesn't have a lot of functions that are family related with the dog run and the solar system, so I'm not as worried about it, but I think we'd want to make sure that it was still pretty well screened from that side. Other than that, you know, landscape, just come back with that, and I think I'm okay.
Claire, please.
Can we go back to the site plan? I was just, yeah, let's go back to, yeah, the site plan, because I can go from there as to what building is what. I mean,
I'm trying to get back to it here. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's fine, Dave. I mean, listen,
You're doing a great job, Dave.
you do such a spectacular job that nobody should ever question how. Okay, so this building that is next to the tennis court, what is that building? What is it proposed for, to be used for?
It's just an accessory to the tennis court. So if people are playing tennis, there's a place for refreshments to cool down. It's just supporting the tennis court use.
And have we seen a picture of that? It is in your packet.
Yeah, there's a rendering of it. Yeah.
That's that building.
No, this is the
other building. That's the up above. Yeah.
Hold on, Claire.
Okay. Oh, it's this building.
No.
Nope.
That's the pool building.
This one.
That building.
Yep.
And what goes on inside of that building?
again, it's just an accessory to the tennis court function. So there'd be storage in there. There'd be a bathroom and just a kind of loungy space for after tennis activities and play area as well for the kids.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I was just of interest about what all these buildings are need, or whether any of them is really needed for anything. And this one, I don't even see why it needs to be there at all, especially because with the amount of square footage that you're putting on this lot, which is way high, in my opinion. I mean, and yet I know you've got a historical house that's going to push those numbers, but you're adding all these extra little rooms that don't really, in my point of view, don't need to be there. So, but those are my comments. And the only other comment that I have to make about this is that for me, I can't really make a decision on the property unless I see a landscape plan. And we haven't seen anything to do with the site as a whole and what's going to be happening around these buildings. And we've seen some pretty pictures, but I really don't know how all of this fits together without having an overview plan that has the existing trees, proposed trees, pathways, all of that, because in your on your application, it says that project includes 2,144 square feet of new and replaced impervious surfaces. So I want to know that. I want to know where those are. So that all of that impervious surface, some of it is around the pool, but how much of that is pathways, all of that. So those are my comments. I'm not willing to give much, to anything until I see a fully developed landscape plan and site plan. Okay, that's it.
Dave?
Yeah, I think you've demonstrated that the FAR is compatible with the neighborhood, so I can support you in that sense. And I have the same feelings that I think Bill and Tip mentioned, that I think this architecture could be more nuanced. I really strongly encourage you to look at the detail of the existing home and the way the windows are recessed, the way the lights are broken up, the way the rectilinear windows work with the arched windows. To me, and I'm not sure how much of this is because it's a computer rendering, and sometimes those are hard to get these more traditional details, but I'd really encourage you to take your cues from the existing house. But overall, I can support the project based on the way you've designed it and laid it out, and the justification of the FAR. But the landscape will be very important to show that this building in particular is screened and that everything is tied together.
I tend to echo people's comments. I thought Claire's comment was quite interesting. I do believe that you demonstrated that you are compatible, but this is it. I mean, at least with this board, you're pushing the limit right there. I think that a nice trellised element with a bathroom and something down at the tennis court might be better. Actually better for the project. The second thing, but I can't support this as it turns out. I do think that the detailing, at least as presented to us through your images, is not as good as it could be. If it's really the south of France, I would not recommend going back to the building that is on the property. It did not look to me like that was really authentic, but maybe explore images from the south of France. I think the landscape plan is interesting. I'm not quite sure when WELO kicks in and when it doesn't kick in on a project like this. It looks like there's a fairly large amount of lawn, and yes, Kachuma is spilling, but the highs are higher and the lows are lower when it comes to rain and drought. So I'm not sure where we're going to end up on this over the next 20, 50 years. But if there's a way to reduce that lawn area and come in with more drought tolerant plants that have a fresher look, that look more like the south of France and less like England, I think it might be good. So anyway, that's my
Good
comment.
job.
We are on for concept. What do we want to do with this? Do we want to take a shot at preliminary with this at this point? People, members of the board?
I think preliminary would be great, full board.
Yeah, everybody, Elida, you okay with that? Claire?
Yeah, I think both Claire and I are eager to see a landscape plan.
And I am too. So, okay, so there is no motion because we don't have preliminary. So next time, let's come back for preliminary, and then once we get that figured out, we'll get you on to final on consent probably. So, but I don't think you're quite ready to get all the way there. Okay, item number 9.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item number 9, 699 San Ysidro Road. Mr. Appleton, are you here or somebody else?
Yes, you have Jesse Richards with Appleton Partners for presentation of the project.
Jesse, welcome. Okay, so what do you, hold it. Nice project. Restudy materials and layout of driveway expansion. Oh, planner comments, historic. Thank you, David. Or Dave. A historic resource report prepared by Post Hazeltine, dated 15, something found that the house is eligible for listing as a historic resource at the county, state, and national levels. A Phase 2 Historic Resources Technical Letter Report prepared by Post Hazeltine found that the proposed project meets the Secretary of Interior standard for rehabilitation, and the project impacts would be less than significant. So Jesse, with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I would like to start with the drawings. First and foremost, with the project description, we are proposing the construction of an approximately 750 square foot outdoor kitchen. It is fully covered with a roof, but it is open air on all 4 sides. We are also proposing widening of the driveway in 2 areas for parking. And then we are proposing grading between the north face of the existing house and the existing driveway to address known drainage issues.
Have you included the kitchen in your FAR count, please?
I believe so.
Can you
If
take a
you
look at
zoom in
that?
on the worksheet, we have on the property the existing single-family residence, an existing guest house, an existing pool cabana, and then the outdoor kitchen. We're at 75% of our recommended FAR.
Okay, thank you.
Is bad or is that blurry?
Blurry.
Yeah.
It is a little blurry, for which we apologize. If we could continue with the full drawing set, the next sheets 3 and 4 are going to be the civil drawings, so we won't dwell too long on them, but these do detail the proposed grading that we're doing to address those known drainage issues, and then of course that pad for where the outdoor kitchen is going. This is the site plan where you can see the site access from San Ysidro Road, the existing circular drive, the 2 areas where we are proposing new pullouts, and the location for the outdoor kitchen, which is behind the existing guest house, just to the east of the existing single-family residence, and the dining terrace that is attached to the back of that single-family residence. If we could continue to the next sheet, it is our outdoor kitchen drawing specific to the structure. The structure is proposed to be heavy timber. There is an existing historic pergola on the west side of the property. We're proposing to match the detailing of that structure in the language of the outdoor kitchen. We're also proposing that the perimeter walls of the outdoor kitchen be wrapped, as well as the pizza oven, in Santa Barbara sandstone to match those adjacent walls and paving at the outdoor dining terrace that exists at the rear of the single-family residence.
Jesse, if I can interrupt, members of the board, we're on for preliminary and final. Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you. The next several sheets, pages 7 through 11, we can breeze through. They are the engineering drawings for the electrical, the plumbing, and the structural associated specifically with the outdoor kitchen. So we'll just spend a few seconds on each. And then when we get to sheet 12, this is an overview landscape plan. As you can see, the proposed landscaping is isolated to 2 areas. The first is the portion between the existing main residence and the existing driveway where we're grading to address known drainage issues. And then a little bit of work proposed around the exterior of that outdoor kitchen. This is imagery just showing some of the planting that's proposed. It is all native species, low water usage, and in keeping with the existing landscape that is to remain elsewhere on the property. And when you're ready, we can move on to sheet 13, which is an enlarged planting plan that identifies the location and quantities of the proposed planting, again, at the area where we're doing some grading and then adjacent the outdoor kitchen. And then sheets 14 and 15 are the hydrozone plan and soils report, which are required for WELO. And that will bring us to the materials board, which is a separate document. So just a brief recap with the imagery for the materials. The outdoor kitchen is going to be heavy timber, the details of which are taken directly from the historic pergola. That's the second image on the sheet. The roof is going to be a tough flex material. There are other low slope tough flex roofs on the property, so we're proposing to match that in material and color. The gutters are going to be copper. The walls, as I mentioned, will be the Santa Barbara sandstone, which you can see at the 4th image on the sheet. This is a picture of the dining terrace that is adjacent to the proposed outdoor kitchen. There is a new footpath to the outdoor kitchen. We're proposing to use the same Cherokee Creek sandstone to match the existing path off of the outdoor dining terrace. There is some lighting underneath the outdoor kitchen. It is all downlit and as I mentioned, the structure is fully covered with a roof. The floors are going to be the exquisite surfaces tile. It's a dark tile, and then the counters will be the polished concrete Laguna Mulberry. I may have glossed over it quickly, but as part of the regrading exercise, we are going to have to replace a portion of the driveway directly in front of the guest house. So we're just proposing acid wash concrete to match the existing driveway everywhere else. And then the material for the 2 new widened parking pullouts, we're going to do a gravel so that we're picking up a language and a material that's already existing elsewhere on site. We're not going to introduce any new materials, and we're going to keep the shape of them very organic so that it doesn't feel like a parking pullout as much as a paved or a impermeable surface would. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Questions, Dave, please.
No questions, John.
Bill, please.
Any new landscape lighting? Not
There isn't, no new landscape lighting.
Thank you.
Claire, please.
No questions, and thank you for your concise presentation.
Yep, please. Questions?
Yeah, I know. No questions.
Elida, please.
No questions.
And I have no questions. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 9, 699 San Ysidro Road, please? Anybody?
We did have Sam Webb sign up. Mr. Webb, did you wish to speak on this item?
Here?
Oh, yes. Hi. I'm actually the landscape designer for this. So I
Oh.
just signed up to speak if need be. But yeah, I may have wrongly put in the the survey. So apologies.
We assume you support the project.
Fully, yes.
Okay, anybody else, please, who would like to address the board on item number 9, please, 699 San Ysidro?
I think that's it, John.
Okay, very good. So I'll close public comment. Comments, we are on for prelim final. Dave?
I think it's a very nice project, very well presented, and I can support it for final,
Is there any, for preliminary and final?
preliminary and final, yes.
Is there any other comment from any other board member, please?
I agree with Mr. Mendro.
No, I'd like to make the motion to give it granted preliminary and final approval as submitted.
I have a comment, John.
Oh, well, that's,
Oh.
thank you.
Retracted.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I do agree with Dave. I think it's a very nice project and I think it's small, but my only thing I think could be improved with that, I know why the applicant did it, about sloping the roof of the kitchen for drainage. But I just thought it looks odd for a small structure to have a slope like that. And I think probably look better if you deal with the drainage in that way and keep all the four corners equal height.
You can do that too by doing a flat roof frame and doing the foam canted surface on top with the PVC over that.
Can
So
we
that-
look at, can we look at the, look at that particular?
It's
area?
right, the
Right
top
there.
drawing right in the middle.
Jesse, do you have a comment about that? Would you be interested, willing?
Yes, if that is the desire, we would be happy to address, roof slope and drainage in the buildup of the roof and keep all 4 posts at equal heights to each other so that the beam is level.
I think you'd probably have a better project. It's just a comment.
Is everybody okay with that?
Yes. Fine.
In that case,
Either way.
Tip, I want you to make the motion, please.
I would like, this project is here for final approval.
Preliminary and final.
I would like to make the preliminary and final approval with one recommendation that the applicant to redesign the flat roof at the outdoor kitchen to maintain the 4 posts at equal height and come up with the new drainage system to take the water off the roof.
Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank
Can
you.
I make a question? The motion was to recommend to redesign the flat roof?
Yeah, he actually meant to make the roof flat. Didn't you,
Okay,
Tip?
so it would be to change the roof design to a flat equal.
Yeah,
Thank
not
you.
a recommendation, but a requirement.
Is that right, Tip?
Yes.
And who seconded that, please?
I did.
I second it.
And so do both of the seconds agree? Yes, Kimberly,
Yeah,
thank you. That was a good call. Thank you. And Tip, a good call. Jesse, thank you. Good luck with
Thank
that
you.
project. Our last item, we're on for final only, 289 San Ysidro Road. Robert, are you here, please?
I'm here.
Okay, so the comments are nice architecture, restudy exterior lighting, consider removing tree lights at entry drive, provide full details. So you have preliminary. Let's go, please.
Yes.
Is Sam with you today?
Yes,
Yes, John.
Okay,
I just
excellent.
turned my mic on. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
And Dave, this is Brian Banks. If you're driving the show, we can help you out with I think there's 5 total files, so I can help direct you where to go.
Perfect.
So you might want to start, Robert. We can knock out the material board here on the cover page.
Yeah, the material.
And that's basically it in this set. Everything else, the other details will follow in other parts.
Our typical old world kind of feel, the Roman pan tile, there's Texas limestone, two slightly different shades. The lighter one goes around the door to window openings. The other is the field. The plaster is sandstone colored. So it's all rather muted earth tones with the exception of, probably the shutters. The doors and windows are either steel or a clad to look like steel. And that's about it for the materials. We do have the LED, under the hood and the wall sconces. We've seen the project, on site, so I don't know that we have to really look at the sections or site plan. I think this is
You're
more
here for final. You need to show us everything.
everything.
Go through
Well,
everything.
yes and no. So let's go quickly through it, but we want to focus in on the details, the colors, which we've done, lighting, which we're going to deal with Sam's drawings, and landscape plan, maybe. I think it's more developed now. Sam, do you agree with that?
Yeah, it is developed. We've got everything laid out, and certainly we can go through and highlight and just bring it back to your memory.
Okay, well, do we need to look at the site plan or should Sam kind of go over
I
that?
know, let Sam do that, and if we need to get back to your drawings.
Okay, so
Dave, I think it's the last grouping, the last set.
Yeah,
is
but
the
no,
landscape.
we care about architectural details too, Sam. So
I'm just paging through the details, Sam, then I'll move
okay,
on.
we'll go to
sorry.
4.0. That's where the architectural details start.
Bill,
And
did you have a chance to look at these, please?
Yeah, I did.
And Dave, please?
Yep.
And so did I. So I don't need to look at them. Do you guys have any comments, please?
No, they're good.
you did request more info on the wrought iron. That's why that entry gate is on 4.6. And there's really very little wrought iron besides that entry gate. There's only a small piece in the back. You can find a 4.6. That's an entry gate I kind of cribbed from a project in Tuscany.
Page 15, Dave.
There it is. It's relatively simple with more formal stone columns. Man gate on the right hand side as you're driving in.
Any questions here, please, members? Landscape plan. Thank you for pointing this out, Robert.
That's way back on you're way off the street too, so.
Yeah, so I'll take it. Thank you, Dave. That's a good one to start with. You had questions on the lighting. I think we had more tree lights and we've reduced those to just the 2 olive trees at the entry pilaster area and the 3 trees that are up in the courtyard that are hidden behind boundary olives along the main driveway road that create kind of a private garden and courtyard. But those 3 trees, you can go to, I think it's sheet L4, Dave, shows.
PDF 10.
PDF 10, sorry for the numbering. But that shows the fixtures. The fixtures that we'd be using in the trees would be E, the one that's directly in the center. It would be either attached directly to the trunk of a field-grown olive or it would be strapped to a branch. There really isn't any on this sheet other than coming down the driveway. There are downlights that would be at no higher than a 10 or 12 foot height, shining down on the driveway surface. We don't have any lights, lining the driveway. We have, a dark site that's way off the road. So the intent is to kind of moonlight the driveway coming in the entry and into the motor court. In the motor court, we just have path lighting around the edges. And then there's, of course, lighting on the garage and at the entry that match what Robert's hidden shrouded Handelman type of fixture is. So the question, I think, was in the front towards what would be the public side. So that would be the next sheet, Dave, about the amount of lighting that we had previously. And we reduced the light numbers. We reduced it to one fixture in the trees coming in the entry gate area and the pilaster carriage light on the pilasters. That's all we have. And then the driveway has one on the inboard side towards the house, not on the other side of the driveway. And then I put two lights. They would be 3 LED, but they'd be down directed on the pavement on the courtyard walkway. And then the other lights are, you know, in the water, of course, of the pool and the spa. So they're hidden and below grade. And then the other lights are either wall lights shining directly down on the stair pavement for wayfinding and safety, and or path lights that give you an edging of hardscape so you're not stepping into the planters. There are a couple of the same type of lights that are hooked to the beams of the trellis that are directly south of the kitchen, family room, but those are hidden up inside the beam structure. If you want to blow up the down lighting, but that kind of is a minimum for, you know, the outdoor space. It looks like a lot of light, but again, they're directed down and held inside what is a very densely screened courtyard, main part of the house. That's the living space on the south side.
Dave, there's a table in the upper left-hand corner of this drawing that shows quantities. Can you look at that? Upper left, upper left. So the down lights are the E fixture in the upper right-hand corner, 34 of them. Is that, did you update that? That seems like a lot, Sam.
You know, I reduced it. I'd have to make sure I counted those, John, to be exactly
I counted
sure.
14 just in the front there, Sam. 14 in the front.
14 in the front, and let me see if I can revisit my, so I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Seems like that's too many. That count is more than it should be, really.
Yeah. That
I think that was your old count, Sam.
Then the other, can we go to the next page with the light fixtures, please, in the upper left-hand corner of that page? You have two pathway lights up in the left-hand corner, A and B. Can you explain that, please?
Well, typically what we do with this light that's on the far left, the A light, is we turn that knuckle down and face it directly down if it's in a hedge. So it's directed down and not shining up like that picture. And then the other light, the B light, the Kitchener light, is one that we like to certainly use that's completely shrouded. So we'd never point those up. That's, you know, kind of a misnomer the way it's shown on the drawing, John. It's pointed down and directed down and supposed to be hidden inside a bush.
On the next page, it says that there are 27 of those on your project. Does that sound right?
It probably sounds right,
light.
because if you look at the
light.
pathways that go around the west side and around the pool area, I would think that that does align with the quantity that we have around the paths.
Okay, we kind of, I made an error in jumping into questions and things. Sam and Robert, are you done with your presentation, please?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so now I apologize to the board and the applicant for doing that. Please accept that. Okay, questions? Tip?
No questions.
We're on for final. Claire, please.
No questions, I don't think, anyway. I don't think I have any questions.
Okay, Bill, please.
Where, I saw some notes for a generator. Where is that? Did I miss that? Is that inside, underneath? somewhere?
It's up the driveway towards the detached garage.
Is it in an enclosure? or-
Yes. It's right at the top that, no, down to the right.
Is that
The gray box, the
Like-
gray box that's near
Yeah.
that stair. That's it with the X.
So it doesn't, where's the property line? Zoom that out a little bit, Dave. So you're not really putting any site wall around it. You're quite a ways.
No, we're
Yeah.
well back as far as DV rating goes from the property line.
Okay.
And Bill, that stairwell landing at the top, as well as the driveway, has a walled kind of raised retaining section. So it is buried down below the driveway and below that landing,
Yeah.
about 6 feet.
Yeah, so it'll have a little pad there and you'll probably have to pull those trees off a little bit, but, or the plants.
Right.
Got it, okay.
So just to clarify real quick, John, to your point, I went and counted 22 downlights, not 34. I think what I did was count the lights that are between the garage doors and added those up, some of the carriage lights. And so that's a mistake on my part, so I can correct that easily.
Okay. Bill, you were in questions.
I was just gonna ask Sam how many downlights he had, so he answered that. That was all, thanks.
Okay, Elida, please, questions?
No, no questions.
Dave, please, questions?
Yeah, could you remind me how visible is the courtyard and the pool terrace from the street here?
Well, so Dave, there's a row of olive trees. There's a row of podocarpus hedge that divide that courtyard from that street. So what we've got is a very densely planted, layered hedge of material that should completely conceal that from the drive, especially because those lights are all focused down and or path lights that are directed down. So you may see the tops of the roof. You may look at the building to and through that planting, but there's some pretty serious landscaping that makes this a private area off of that main driveway that goes to one more lot beyond. So it's really kind of a remote private road that accesses this property and one beyond.
Okay, so that's a private road, not a street with a house directly across.
No, there's a house on the south, but it's about 40 feet or more to the south, and it orients really directly to the south and west and east. Doesn't orient back this way, but. the
And
intent
Dave, if
was
you're
we're-
interested, the vicinity map on the cover sheet has a good aerial there you can see.
We're really trying to screen that house out for mutual benefit of both property owners.
That's on the, let's see, oh, here it is.
Oh,
So
I
di- directly below the red dot,
yeah.
They're in that field area.
we're in that open gray or brown area, that meadow. No, not, yeah, to the right of that.
Right below the S in sand.
Okay,
Correct.
here it
Right
is.
in there,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Can we go back to the landscape drawings, please? Sheet number, I think it was 10. Yeah, 10. Sam, what if I said, I'd really love it if you got rid of A and made everything a B?
I'd be fine with that.
Okay? Don't you agree that there's less likelihood of abuse with that?
Yeah, I've used it in boxwood hedges and in hedges before, John, where it's just tucked into the greenery. And it really is so discreet, you don't know it's there until it's on. But I'm fine with the Kichler fixture is actually a more handsome light. But a lot of times the lighting design that I try to do is very subtle and doesn't draw attention to the actual fixtures much. It makes it more discreet. So you just see the planting until night, and then you realize you can actually find your way around.
And can we go to sheet 6, please?
What about that G fixture? That's very similar, isn't it?
The right-hand side, there's a Welo calc. Can you try to come in on that, please? Kimberly, Dave, Ed, this is an incredibly well done Welo calc. I think it's the best format, best layout of any that I've ever seen. And when the county decides to standardize their Welo calcs, just like we have a standardized FAR form, I might suggest that you take a good hard look at this. One of the interesting things, can you go on the right-hand side of this, please? Right, above, those last 2 or 3 columns.
Zoom in on them.
Yeah, please. The top column is his lowest water use plant. 78% of the entire property or his area is in low or very low. So, and that just lays it out right there. You get this thing, you can figure out what he's doing in an instant. Sam, the one improvement that I thought you might have is you've got color coding on your plans, right?
Right. Well, our hydro zones, we try to break them into a color coding so it's easier to see what areas are like.
And I think you could bring the color coding into your Welo drawing, into your calcs. And it would just, maybe not, but I think you could do that. But I wanted to point this out because it is as good a presentation. It's clear, it's obvious, very well done.
Thank you, John. But if you look above at the legend,
Yeah, it's there.
I know, I see it, but anyway, I see it.
But I see what you're saying. You could bring it into the numbers and have a color code to the numbers.
And then you don't need to do anything else, yeah.
Yeah, you're done that way.
That makes good sense.
Box, they're ready to go, Sam.
Okay, so.
Drop the colors down.
Yeah, very nicely done. Okay, so back to 10, please. There was something that Bill was saying about the number of light fixtures.
There's a G fixture too, Sam, that's an potential up light kind of a thing like A is.
Yeah, we can eliminate that one too. The intent would be an art accent light. I think we have one piece at the bottom of a staircase on the west that lights up a sculpture, but we can focus that without a spreading type of lamp like that. If you see at the bottom left of the stairway that comes off the master bedroom balcony,
oh yeah,
there's a focal point there that would be some kind of art piece. But
what do people think? How many do you have, Sam? One,
John, and you would not see this from anywhere because it's so buried in the oak grove that is substantially in the center of our property.
Just one?
Yeah, we don't have any on the west.
Okay, does anybody, okay, so that's questions, right? Yes?
Yes.
Public comment. Item number 10. 289 San Ysidro Road. Is there anybody that would like to address the board, please?
No, I don't think there's anyone left.
Okay. I wonder why. Okay. There is a planner memo. There was no comment in the planner memo, so I don't think we need to review that. Is everybody okay with the amount of lighting that Sam and Robert have? Okay, too much, too little, people? Yes.
What my only comment to that, John, would be that I would like the plans to reflect your position on A as a fixture, because my experience is what homeowners do. Yeah, we can say it goes down, but then when you go out on the site, a year later, all of them are shoved up in the air anyway. So I would like that one to just go away altogether and just have the pretty little pathway lights.
Okay, so we are into comments.
That was my comment.
Thank you. Okay, so Tip, comments, please.
Well, it's a very nice completed set, and I don't have a problem with the lighting as presented. So I would like to.
Let's let everybody comment. Yeah. Claire, you made yours, right?
Yeah.
Bill?
Yeah, you know, I guess for the sake that it's well screened from the street, as Sam mentioned, you can't see it very well. The lighting in the front there, that would be only the front area where any lighting was of any concern, and only the downlights. And I see those, the 6 lights and the 3 olive trees, you know, would it be better if you had 1 in each tree instead of 2? You know, maybe, but if you.
This is comments. What is your opinion, please?
Yeah, my opinion that there's 1 too many in each tree there.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd be ready to give it final. And with
Okay.
your comments as well, John, with the.
Okay, thank you. Elida?
I think this is a well thought through and exceptionally well designed project. I would support it.
Dave, I'm sorry.
David's fine. I think the architecture is very nice, as well as the landscape design. My concerns have to do with the amount of lighting. Given the fact that the project is well screened and isolated from the surroundings, I can support most of it with the changes that have been recommended, but I would vote for eliminating the 2 downlights at the driveway entrance. You already have lights on the driveway gates, and that's outside of the perimeter. And I'd also support Bill's suggestion to go to 1 light per tree on the interior of the courtyard.
Okay. Robert, you must feel like an orphan here. Nobody's saying anything about your project, about the architecture. Very nice, as always, with you.
Thank
Very
you.
well detailed, you know, mass, bulk, and scale, sighting, form, detailing, materials. Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you.
And now to the other area. So I agree that A and B lights should be combined. I think that Bill's comment about 1 light per olive tree is well taken, and I think that Dave's elimination of the olive tree lights at the entry is also well taken. Is that a general consensus? Am I out there on my own? So we are now trying to draw consensus and then get a vote and then get the heck out of here. So where are we at, please?
So I would agree with those that set of comments that you just made.
Okay, Bill.
I think that's totally appropriate.
Bill?
Yeah, do you want me to craft a motion?
Dave?
No,
you're okay with that? Tip, please.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so who wants to move it, please?
I'll craft a motion to grant it. We here for
Final
approval with the conditions that the lighting in the trees at the entry be removed, and that the lights in the olives at the front of the house be reduced to 1 per olive tree, and the light fixture that is labeled as A become a B lamp on the schedule.
Well, just be taken off the plan, period.
Well, convert all of the lights that are commented as A become B lights.
Oh, got it.
Yes, that's what I said. Anyway, that is my motion.
Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Okay, further discussion? All those in favor, please.
Aye.
Thank you all. Excellent project.
Thank you all.
Thank you,
Take care.
guys.
Thank you.
It will be done.
Now we'll see if they can afford it. So, the little things. Do I have a motion for adjournment, please?
What's Z after 10?
I'll make a motion to adjourn this meeting on the 9th.
Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Good
Talk to
night.
you later.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
All right.